any comment then on closed session items, so we will adjourn to closed session and return for the regular session at 6 p.m. Okay, thank you.
Like even that, like we
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to our meeting of the Board of Trustees. Before we start the meeting tonight, we have a special treat. We have Ballet Folklorico from Del Lago Academy and from San Pasqual High School. So I would like to welcome their advisors, Yesenia Cabrera from DLA and Irene Sanchez from San Pasqual, for them to introduce and start off with a performance. Thank you.
Guys. Y ahora tenemos a Sinaloa con Palo Verde.
Good evening, board. My name is Irene Sanchez. I'm from San Pascual High School, and I have the privilege of teaching the ballet folklorico class. Here we have a couple of our students, and we will be dancing Toro Mambo from Sinaloa. Gracias a todos. Aquí les tenemos el bailable de Sinaloa, Toro Mambo. ¡Existe, Sinaloa! ¡Eso! Esto, Alfonso.
Wonderful job, everyone. Thank you for being here. And let's give them another round of applause, please. Great job. At this time, we're going to reconvene the regular board meeting of the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education. And we'll establish a quorum. At this time, all board members were present for a closed session. However, I failed to establish a quorum in that meeting, so we'll do it here. We have Board Member Weller. Board Member Durney is present online. Board Member
I'm
Durney,
here.
are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here. I'm here.
Board Member Durney,
Okay.
just confirming if you are present online.
I am here.
Okay, maybe we can work on that. Okay,
Please
so
do.
let's see, we have Board Member Vincent.
Present.
Okay, Board
I'm in the
Member
meeting.
Williams.
Here.
And I am Board Member Knight. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter. There will be a Spanish interpreter for this meeting. Attendees who would like to listen in Spanish to the Spanish interpretation of the proceedings, please pick up headphones from the table located in the back of the room. And this announcement will now be shared in Spanish. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Yo seré la intérprete de español de esta junta. Los asistentes que deseen escuchar la interpretación en español pueden utilizar los audífonos que se encuentran en la mesa ubicada atrás de la sala. Gracias.
Additionally, our meeting announcement is this meeting is being webcast live and recorded, and the recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Were we able to? Okay. Okay, so at this time, I'd like to extend a welcome to everyone who's here this evening. Thank you for being here. We have our student board member, Nathan Bersamina, here with us this evening, and our student board member, Hannah Ibrahim, is out sick this evening, I believe, absent. So this evening, we will have our mission and vision read by our student board member, Bersamina. Take it away.
Here at EUHSD, our mission is empowering every student to graduate prepared for college, career, and life through excellence and learning. And our vision is to relentlessly pursue, with optimism, equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relevant learning experiences that strengthen their capacity as open-minded and invested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical critical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is to have our Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be led by our board member Williams this evening.
All right, please stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Test, test. Am I hearing? Is anyone hearing me? Nope.
And that brings us to our report of action
bottom
taken in
corner of the
closed
screen, it
session.
shows
And
board
I have
meeting,
Board
and it
Member
shows
Weller
that green
reading
read
out the
here.
action from this evening's closed session.
Got a few of them here, so keep me on track.
Can you hear
So
me?
report of action taken
hear
in
me?
closed session
My
for Tuesday,
microphone
April
shows that it is
21st. In closed
receiving
session on the
information.
motion of Board Member Weller, seconded by Board Member Knight, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers number 649 through 720 for the 2025-26 school year on a roll call vote as follows. Weller, Williams, Durney, and Vincent all approve and none dissenting. Superintendent, do you have just a quick second to let the audience know what these are when we do approve physical education waivers?
Yes,
Just
you
briefly.
can go, Dr.
Oh,
Casas.
yeah, Dr. Casas.
Yes, this is a matter of routine that we do monthly. State of California requires 2 years of PE minimum, but 4 years, actually, let me restate that. State of California requires 4 years of PE. However, we can grant waivers after successful completion of 2 years in 9th and 10th grade, and they can be exempt in junior or their junior and their senior year for reasons like completing their A through G requirements or other graduation requirements that have not been met. So it is a 4-year requirement. They have to be completed 2 years in order to get a waiver, and they have to be at least 16.
Thank you so
Waivers
much.
represent junior and senior class waivers.
Thank you, Dr. Casas. Also, report of action taken in closed session for today on motion of Board Member Durney, seconded by Board Member Williams. The Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers, cases number 70 through 79 for the 25-26 school year by a roll call vote as follows. Knight, Williams, Vincent, Durney, Weller, all approved, none dissenting, abstaining, or absent. Here again, Dr. Casas, could you get a brief set for the audience since everyone's here tonight?
Yeah, we have lots of reasons why students receive grad waivers, mainly excusing them for anything that is not part of the state requirements. The state requires 180 credits, the district requires 230. So we'd be waiving those additional credits that the district requires outside of the state minimum for reasons like students coming out of juvenile court schools, students that are migrant students that have interrupted education elsewhere, students that are foster or homeless youth, for example, is a matter of the law.
Thank you so much. And for the students out there, don't get any ideas. You're here tonight. You can get all the credits you need. Looks like I have another one here, Madam President. Report of action taken on closed session by Board of Education, April 21st. Report of action. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve a settlement agreement to resolve the special education allegations raised via local dispute resolution process in exchange for a waiver of educational claims for case 1. The vote was 5 yes, 0 no, 0 absent, 0 abstain. B6, report of action taken in closed session. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve a settlement agreement to resolve the special education allegations raised via the local dispute resolution process in exchange for a waiver of educational claims for case 2. Vote 5 yes, no, none voted no, none absent, and no abstentions. And also under B6, in closed session, the Board of Education voted unanimously to approve a settlement agreement to resolve the special education allegations raised via the local dispute resolution process in exchange for a waiver of educational claims for case 3. Vote yes 5, no 0, absent 0, and none abstained. And that is all the readouts from closed sessions that I have.
Okay, thank you very much. The next item on our agenda is an item we'll vote on, so I just want to confirm, we have Board Member Durney online. Board Member Durney, can you hear us?
I am here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Nope. You cannot hear me.
Okay. They're working on sound. Is there a way for the next several items that if he were to vote, you could put something to that little speaker so we could hear his vote? You have a microphone that you could do that just for the next few items until you're able to get him in surround sound. Okay. The next item on our agenda is item 7 in this portion of the meeting to approve the board meeting minutes from our March 10th, 2026 meeting.
So moved.
So I have
I'll second.
first and a second, first by Board Member Weller, seconded by Board Member Williams. Every vote this evening, because we have someone attending virtually, every vote is what we call a roll call vote. Student Board Member Bersamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney, can we hear you?
Aye. Aye.
Board Member Durney? I hear you. Hi, yay, okay, wonderful. Is that an aye?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Thank you. Thank you for working on that. Okay, so the next item is to approve tonight's agenda with any additions, deletions, or corrections. Do I have?
There are none.
There are no additions, deletions, or corrections, so we'll be approving tonight's agenda as posted. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Okay. Board Member Bersamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. The next item is to approve the consent calendar. The consent calendar are all items on the agenda that are marked with an asterisk. All of these matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and sufficiently supported by prior accompanying reference materials and information as not to require additional discussion for each item. So a motion will enact all consent items to be approved. So the items this evening that are on consent and will be approved with this motion are items G1, under educational services. Under human resources, we have items H1 and H2. And under business services, we have items I1, I2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So with that, do I have a motion to approve tonight's consent calendar?
Motion approved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you. Board Member Bersamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight, aye. Okay.
With the passage of the consent calendar tonight, which included the certificated personnel report, I would like to congratulate Mr. Dan Barajas, who was just appointed principal of Escondido Adult School, starting with the upcoming school year.
Congratulations to Dan. Thank you.
Dan is not present here in the room. I think he may be online, but he's up in Sacramento lobbying on our behalf for the educational initiatives that are important to us.
Thank you. Thank you. And we look forward
He's
to his
online
service.
watching.
Yeah.
Very good. Congratulations, Dan.
Congratulations, Dan. Wonderful. Thank you for that. That brings us to section D of our meeting this evening, which are recognition and reports. The first item, D1, is our inspirational student recognition. And we have Principal of Escondido High School here this evening, Principal Jason Jacobs here to present our Student of the Month.
All right. Good evening. It is with great pleasure I'm here tonight to represent Escondido High School in tonight's inspirational student segment. I would like to thank the EUHSD School Board and the EUHSD Cabinet for this opportunity tonight. I would also like to thank the staff, students, and Escondido community for continuing to shine no matter the circumstances. Escondido High School is a unique place where everyone who enters its doors is considered family. The reason for this is our motto of loyal, strong, and true, which resonates in the community from generation to generation. Being loyal, strong, and true helps to create a pathway for our students, staff, and families as they carry out their daily routines here at EHS. Tonight, I'm honored to present Juanita Lopez Abazan, Lizzie to those who know her, for the EUHSD Inspirational Student of the Month of April. We have watched Lizzie transform herself in remarkable ways. When she first came to EHS, she was facing real challenges, but she made a conscious decision to change her mindset. Instead of dwelling on obstacles, she chose to think positively about her future. That shift in perspective didn't just change her attitude, it changed everything. The results speak for themselves. A 3.0 GPA while maintaining a full course load, but beyond the grades, Lizzie has discovered her passion. She's working towards trade school to service and wind turbines, charting her own path forward with determination and purpose. What makes Lizzie's story so inspiring is that she took charge of her own learning. She didn't wait for someone to fix her things for her. She decided to grow, and she did. Lizzie represents everything EHS stands for: resilience, self-belief, and the courage to embrace change. She's not just a student we taught. She's a young adult we're all proud to have helped along the way. Mrs. Leticia Magdaleno was supposed to be here tonight. She's out sick. She's Lizzie's school counselor, and she nominated her. And I have a brief thing that she wants to talk about for Lizzie. Give me a second. Sorry. I'm speaking for two people now. Okay, here we go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Leticia Magdaleno. I have the pleasure of being Juanita Lopez Abazan's counselor, or Lizzie, as she prefers to be called. I met Lizzie 2 years ago during my first week as a school counselor. I must say she has a captivating personality that truly warms your heart. She also has an amazing ability to bring a smile or laughter to almost anyone she encounters. She is truly a pleasure to have. However, what most of us don't know about Lizzie is what makes her even more special. By the time Lizzie completes high school this upcoming June, not only will she have met all the graduation requirements, but she will have also overcome drug addiction, chronic absenteeism, and a significant credit deficit. At such a young age, Lizzie, you have accomplished and overcome so much, and I couldn't be more proud of you. For the past 2 years, you have worked tirelessly, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed. You have made up 2 years worth of credits, and you will be the first in your family to graduate from a comprehensive school site. Lizzie, your resilience, strength, and determination are truly inspiring. You are proof that no matter the obstacles, it is never too late to rewrite your story. I have no doubt that this is only the beginning of all the amazing things you will accomplish. We are so proud of you, and we cannot wait to see what you do in the future. Right?
Yeah.
I present to you Lizzie Abazan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juanita, but most of you know me as Lizzie. It's scary up here. I'm grateful to be here tonight and share with you my story. Don't get too excited. There's a lot of ups and downs in my story. I'll start from the beginning. It started with a beam of light in my face and a doctor telling my mom it's a boy. Then it turned out to be a girl. Maybe that's a little too far back for you guys. I was born in Escondido, and I've been here my whole life. I grew up in an immigrant household. My mom had me and my sister when she was young. Things were hard. My older sister had to step up and take care of me. Okay, my older sister, she took care of me. She did what she could, from doing my hair to getting me dressed and for being there for me. My mom had 2 more girls later on in my life. I flew by so fast. Before I even knew it, I was already in high school. I felt older than my actual age, and I used to zone out and roam the halls. I had a bad drug addiction. I was never in school, and I dropped out so many times, but somehow I ended up back in school. If I'm being honest, back then I had no plans on changing, like literally didn't mind being another addict in my family. I remember most of the time my counselor pulled me out of class a lot. She was the only one that was there for me, even when I wasn't doing well. She probably didn't know what was going on. She always told me, "You're a good kid. I know you are. Just try. That's all I ask." I remember being so mad that they wouldn't leave me alone, but now I couldn't be more grateful that she never gave up on me. When my little sisters were born, I was scared. I realized that we had nobody in our family to look up to, let alone help with school. I knew I had to change, but I was stuck in this loop where I would do really good for a bit, then mess everything up. So I made a promise to myself that no matter how much work I had to do, oh my gosh, no matter how much work I had to do it for them, for my sisters. 4 months into junior year, 4 months into my junior year of high school, I completed so many online classes. I really thought they were adding more classes, or I was just this far behind. But I had a choice. I could give up or get up and stay up and go nowhere but up, and I choose to stay up. I finished my online classes in just 1 year. 2 years and 1 year still blows my mind and shows me that I'm capable of doing more than my own mind thinks. And after high school, I'm off to become a wind turbine engineer. I want to thank my principal, Mr. Jacobs, for seeing light in me that I didn't see in myself, and for allowing my hard work to not go unnoticed. My junior math teacher, Mr. Graham, for always being there for me, even when I didn't show up. He was there. Okay, I want to thank. Hold on, you guys, I lost my voice. I want to thank my mom for changing and becoming a better person. I want to thank my stepdad too for stepping up. I know raising me and my sister wasn't easy. You guys didn't have a loving home yourself, so I get that it was hard. I want to thank my older sister for always protecting me as she promised, showing up when nobody else did, and sacrificing her own future for mine and my siblings. My family's hard work is noticed by me, and I'm so grateful for what you've taught me about life. I'm thankful for all my teachers and all the people that I've met in my life. They're the reason I am the person I am today. If you think you can't, or that no one in your family has, just start. Take the risk. And if you ever feel like giving up, remember never to lose hope. Always have faith. It allows you to cope. Bad days will pass just like the good days do. Just be patient. You'll live through that pain. It's never too late to change, to become a better you. It all starts with the man or the woman in the mirror. The same way the sun goes down, he'll be back tomorrow with more challenges, with more hard work, with more questions. You just have to be willing to get up one more time. Thank you.
We're coming. Well, Lizzie, your story is incredibly impressive, and you're an example of resilience and hope. And there's a lot of kids in Escondido that look up to you, not only your siblings, but you can be an incredible example to so many kids in this community. So I hope that you step into that and recognize you can be a mentor and a leader, and can keep sharing your story. Be proud of it, because you've overcome things that a lot of kids are trying to overcome. And so showing them that it can be done is really important. And you're a great example of that. So we have some really cool things to share with you. So the California State Legislature would like to present you with a certificate of recognition. So this is from the California Assembly, Assemblywoman Darshana Patel. So your full name, Juanita Elizabeth Lopez Abazan. Congratulations on being recognized as an inspirational student. The character, integrity, and perseverance you have demonstrated while pursuing your education at Escondido High School is an achievement deserving of recognition and praise. There's one. This one is from the County of San Diego from Supervisor Jim Desmond's office. So you're being recognized as April's inspirational student. It is with great pleasure that I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Juanita Elizabeth Lopez Abazan on being named April's inspirational student for Escondido High School. Your hard work and dedication have not gone unnoticed. We are proud of the choices you've made, and we can't wait to see how you use what you've learned to continue building a brighter future for yourself and your community. Best wishes for your continued growth and success. And one more from us here at the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education. So this is in recognition of your outstanding accomplishments, and be proud. And okay. You want a photo? Okay, next up we have our student and staff recognition that will be presented by Superintendent John Peterson.
Thank you. Good evening. First, I'd like to recognize some students who are achieving. From all of our school sites, I would like to congratulate the March and April Rising Stars, who were formally recognized by the Greater Escondido Chamber of Commerce at the Rising Stars Breakfasts on March 18th and April 15th. The 10 exceptional district students shared their journey and future plans. They will have an opportunity to apply for a scholarship at the end of the school year. Congratulations to Stephen Lucido and Sandra Nguyen from Del Lago Academy. From Escondido High School, I'd like to congratulate Luis Garcia and Juanitas Lopez Abegan, also known as Lizzie, our inspirational student tonight. From Orange Glen High School, Daniel Arroyo Ramirez and Alejandro Perez from Orange Glen High School. From San Pascual High School, Sarai Martinez San Juan and Valeria Lopez from San Pascual High School. And from Valley High School, Chaquan Russ and Atziri Casillas from Valley. The City of Escondido honored U.S. Navy Captain Royce Williams, a Korean War veteran and Medal of Honor recipient. Prior to the meeting, the district's 78th Regiment Band performed in tribute to Captain Williams. The band is composed of talented students from Del Lago, Escondido High, Orange Glen High, and San Pascual High School. Now from Escondido Adult School. Escondido Adult School's Paths to Palomar College tour on March 12th was a strong success. 69 Escondido Adult School students visited the San Marcos campus, where they received clear guidance on how to begin their college journey and what it takes to thrive as Palomar students. They explored available general education pathways, certificate programs, and the range of student support services offered. During the campus walking tour, students engaged directly with Palomar College instructors, followed by a shared dinner that allowed them to connect with peers from neighboring adult schools. The evening concluded with an inspiring alumni panel featuring former adult school students who shared their experiences and encouragement. It was an energizing and motivating event for our adult learners. At Orange Glen High School, Orange Glen's Azucena Cruz Ramos won the Cook College Scholarship, a last dollar award that supplements all institutional aid, provides recipients up to $55,000 per year to pursue a bachelor's degree at any accredited undergraduate institution. Congratulations to the Orange Glen High School's dance team for winning first place in jazz and novelty character categories at the West Coast Elite Competition, and for taking first place in hip hop and novelty character, and second place in the jazz categories at the Sharp International Competition. Orange Glen High School's The Torch publications received second place in the California All-Stars Yearbook category at the statewide competition. Moving on to San Pasqual High School, the Robotics Super Nerds team has qualified for the 2026 Houston World Championship. The team has had an impressive year so far, placing third place at both district competitions and winning 2 autonomous awards sponsored by Google. They are ranked 136 out of 3,700 teams worldwide. The 2026 Houston World Championship will be held from April 29th through May 3rd. We wish them the best of luck. SP sophomore Sophia Swift was selected as a 2026 Carson Scholar. Funding for this scholarship was made possible by the Eleni and Wolfgang Gagone Trust. This year's applicant pool was exceptionally competitive, and Sophia was selected as part of the largest cohort of Carson Scholars in their 30-year history. Sophia will receive a $1,000 college scholarship that will be invested on their behalf, earning interest until they matriculate to college, along with a Carson Scholars Fund medal and certificate. The SP dance team just returned from Orlando, Florida, where they competed at the Contest of Champions and placed first in the character division, third in the jazz division, and 11th grade soloists, Madeline Rhodes, placed 7th out of more than 30 soloists. They then moved on to the USA Dance Nationals and placed first in musical theater. Congratulations to the SP DECA, who just returned from the state conference, and so many of our students did great. 6 students will represent us at the international competition in April in Atlanta, Georgia. Rachel Hodgson and Cora Thistle earned 5th place in the state in the travel and tourism category, and Diana Alcina Gomez and Misha Patel, who earned gold level for their chapter awards paper. The club also earned Thrive level, the highest, and will nominate 2 students to represent San Pasqual High School. Girls varsity basketball won the Division V San Diego CIF Championships. This is the first time the team has won since the early 1990s. And finally, for staff recognitions, also from San Pasqual High School, SP English teacher, she's also a PLC TOSA, an ELA TOSA, and a project-based learning TOSA, Jennifer Franey was recognized by the AXA Region 18 North County Managers Charter and the Palomar Charter area as someone who demonstrates equity, promotes leadership, and facilitates a community of learning. The celebration was held earlier this evening at the North County Regional Education Center. And that is all of the recognitions for this evening.
Thank you, and congratulations to everyone and all of the wonderful things going on. It's really, really impressive. With that, we also have our student board member report this evening. So we'll have board member Bersamina let us know what's going on.
Great. Good evening, Board of EUHSD and everyone else who showed up tonight. I'm Nathan Bersamina, and it is my pleasure to report on some of the major events from the previous month within our district. Tonight, I'm here to report on the Escondido High School, San Pasqual High School, and Escondido Adult School sites. At Escondido High School, Orange Tier winners for last year's CASP have been celebrated for exceeding performance in both English and math. This year's winning circle consists of 25 seniors and me. On March 10th, some of our brightest students were able to be spotlighted at our honor roll lunch, nominated by their teachers to receive an award for outstanding work. Starting this Monday, The Cougars have been celebrating Pep Rally Week with the following Spirit Days: Pajama Day, Twin Day, Pink Out versus Camo, Western Day, and Class Colors. Seniors and juniors are looking forward to Prom 2026, taking place this Saturday at SeaWorld San Diego. This Friday, April 24th, EHS will be having its final pep rally in the theme of Toy Story to honor our senior class moving on to college. And I'm Woody. At San Pasqual High School, juniors hosted and celebrated a picnic party on March 16th. From March 23rd through the 27th, the Eagles also celebrated their final neon-themed pep rally with a Spirit Week, including Dress for the Wrong Occasion, Dress as Your Type, Anything But a Water Bottle, Toes Out, and Class Colors Day. Partnering with Chick-fil-A, ASB Eagles had the opportunity to fundraise for more resources to make events even greater. On March 27th, SP celebrated their final prep rally of the school year as well. Students are now looking forward to their prom on May 16th at Balboa Park in the theme City of the Stars. At Escondido Adult School, classes for those preparing to endeavor in the nursing field are able to be certified through courses provided from May 4th to July 17th. Students will be tested on April 15th. This concludes my report on Escondido High, San Pasqual High, and the Escondido Adult School. It's always a pleasure to report updates and insights from our campuses, and I'm looking very forward to giving you my next and my very last report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, the next section of our meeting is E, the public comment portion. And first up, we will have a report from CSEA, which is California School Employees Association, Escondido Chapter 219. I see Rachel here. Come on out. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the board for taking the time to listen to our comments last month. I am here again tonight to respectfully ask that you rescind these unnecessary layoffs. The district has stated that the primary reason for these layoffs is lack of work. However, the facts do not support that claim. For example, the district continues to subcontract work performed by our translator interpreters. During the 24-25 school year, the district paid a contractor $64,542.10. So far this year, that number is already $35,815. This clearly demonstrates that work still exists. Additionally, the district is not permitted to outsource classified work without mutual agreement with CSEA. Looking at maintenance, technicians worked a combined total of 811 overtime hours between July and January. On top of that, a substitute technician worked over 1,100 hours and even accrued overtime. Of those 1,100 hours, only 120 were used to cover an absent employee. California Education Code 45103 clearly defines the role of a classified substitute. Our custodial staff have also logged incredible 5,835 overtime hours from July through March. Again, this reflects a workload that exceeds current staffing, not a shortage of work. The only position being eliminated due to lack of funds is the part-time print shop role, which was supported by a grant that is now expiring. However, other positions funded through grants, particularly at the management level, have been retained through alternative funding sources. It's also important to note that the print shop provides services to 49 outside agencies, generating revenue for the district. Both the health office and counseling offices continue to serve high volumes of students. In counseling, the numbers of students supported has gone up by nearly 700 more in 1 month from our 3 comprehensive sites. So it's gone up. They've had 700 more visits than they did last month. Each position the district plans to eliminate will have a negative impact on our students. So I ask, Where is the data that truly supports lack of work? From our perspective, these decisions appear arbitrary, and there seems to be a growing disconnect between district leadership and the realities on our campuses. I urge the board to rescind these layoffs and to carefully reconsider the approval of additional confidential management positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Next item on public comment is our report from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association, ESTA. Do I have a representative from ESTA here this evening to provide a report? I do not see anyone coming up, so that brings us to comments from the public on non-agendized topic that lies within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Okay. Okay, so we do have quite a few speaker slips here this evening. It looks like 12 total, maybe, approximately. So we will go in the order that they were received. So the first speaker I have to come up will be April Branch, and then I'll read off the following few speakers, followed by Casey Wong and Skylar McFarlane. So April.
Good evening, distinguished board members, and hello to my husband and 2 kids watching at home, James and Julian, who I promised can come next time. I hope you all had a wonderful month and that you enjoyed reading the curriculum documents being voted on tonight. I'm incredibly thankful to have had the opportunity to get to know Yesenia and Irene, who presented their students tonight, and the work that I got to do with Ballet Folklorico. This afternoon, I sent you a second set of teacher testimonials that speak to the impact of my work. And last month, I described how my role supports teachers within our district. Tonight, I'd like to focus on the most important aspect of my role, its impact on students. Curriculum determines what students experience in their classrooms. It shapes whether a student walks into a class confident in what they're learning or unsure of what is expected of them. When it is strong and aligned, students build skills and experience success. When it is not, they experience gaps or repetition that can impact their confidence and progress. The work of building and aligning curriculum does not stay on paper. It shows up in classrooms, in student engagement, and in student outcomes. This work will impact every student across our district and shape their learning for years. Eliminating the curriculum TOSA position limits our ability to ensure that students receive the high-quality, consistent education they deserve. I respectfully ask that you preserve the curriculum TOSA position so I may continue this work in service of our students. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Casey Wong. Casey.
I wrote something. Okay. Good evening, EUHSD board, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak tonight. My name is Casey Huang, and I'm a math teacher and the ASB director at Del Lago Academy. As you know, ASB is composed of student representatives, who are here with me today, some of them, that dedicate themselves to planning school-wide events throughout the school year. All the things we do require us to manage and operate our annual budget to successfully execute pep rallies, book venues for homecoming and prom, and so much more. However, none of this would be possible without our finance support technician and buyer, which are just 2 of roles of many that you're considering eliminating. I can't imagine to think the significant impact that removing these positions would have on pretty much the efficiency and effectiveness of our current financial processes. I think that these potential delays will create even more challenges for not just ASB, but also for student clubs and all athletics related payment processes throughout the district. It will make it even harder for all of us to keep our year-long programs running smoothly. To close, I want to go beyond just discussing the logistical and fiscal impact related to a decision you're contemplating moving forward with. What looks like just, I think, saving big numbers and dollar signs to you, I think is real people, actual people with livelihoods that you're considering throwing away, please reconsider your position and think about the people you affect. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Skylar McFarlane, followed by Teresa Lopez and Matt Petrichuli.
Hello, distinguished board members. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Skylar McFarlane, and I am the Labor Relations Representative with CSEA and Escondido Chapter 219. Tonight, I stand here united and in full support of our classified members. I am here before you to plead you to please rescind these detrimental layoffs. In requesting information from the district, the response we received on paper is that all of these proposed layoffs, except for one, are for lack of work. However, let it be clear, there is no lack of work. As Rachel provided, the district has proposed to lay off a custodian, when at the same time, the custodians have done almost 6,000 hours of overtime in the last year and a half, amounting to much more than one full-time position. So why is this being cut? Another example, a maintenance technician who's here with us tonight is being laid off. When over 2,000 hours have been worked in overtime over the last year and a half. There has also been a substitute used. In fact, since October, the district has used a full-time substitute going over the 60-day limit for having a sub outlined in California Education Code and in our CBA. There is no lack of work for classified members in Escondido Union High School District. These layoffs feel unjustified and they will harm our classified employees, many of whom do not have bumping rights and will not have jobs. They will lose their jobs completely. This will affect their families and their livelihoods. But it's not just the employees and their families that this will affect. This will harm our public schools. It will harm our students. Quality public education is not possible without quality classified employees. They ensure our school functions and they enable our students to thrive. I believe something can and should be done to rescind these layoffs, and I respectfully ask that you find it in your hearts to find a way through this. It would be a disservice to our dedicated classified employees and to your students to go through with these layoffs. Thank you.
Next up, we have Teresa Lopez, followed by Matt Petricelli and Monica Estrada.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin with a simple question. Have you ever received a travel reimbursement after attending a conference or work-related event? Behind that reimbursement is a detailed process that ensures accuracy, proper approval, and compliance with the district's policies. That work is part of the position that is now at risk of being eliminated. My name is Teresa Lopez. I am the finance support technician at the district office. I'm here to respectfully ask you to reconsider the layoffs and rescind these notices, especially in light of the SRP retirements. This position is essential in maintaining the efficiency, accuracy, and compliance of the district's financial operations. Each week, it supports clubs, sports across the district, ensuring ASB expenses follow district and FICMAC policies. It also processes over 1,000 employee reimbursements annually, supports account technicians, maintaining thousands of vendor records, and handles additional responsibilities such as invoicing, accounts receivable, and financial reporting. These are ongoing time-sensitive responsibilities that require consistency and attention to detail. If this position is eliminated, the impact will be immediate. Student activities and programs will face delays, employee reimbursements will take longer, placing added strain on staff. At the same time, accounts technicians, which already processes more than 10,000 invoices annually, will be expected to absorb this workload. This would make it difficult to meet the net 30 payment terms. delay vendor payments, and diminish effective and timely customer service both internally and externally. The current structure exists to ensure efficiency and accountability. Removing this position will create backlogs, increase errors, and introduce compliance risks. Eliminating this position does not remove the work. It shifts it to teams that do not have the capacity to absorb it. I respectfully urge you to reconsider this decision. While the cost of this position is small, its impact is significant to the daily operations of our district, our staff, and ultimately our students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
We have Matt Pietrachuli.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to share my concerns on the proposed cuts to essential positions in the Maintenance and Operations Department and the detrimental impact that will have on the future of our schools and students. Maintenance and operations technicians are a critical part of school environments. We prioritize student and staff safety, enable positive student outcomes in productive, safe learning spaces. We're being told the reason for these reductions in workforce are for a lack of work. Yet most of us in the Maintenance and Operations Department are working many extra days and hours to meet the demand. Since July of 2025 to April of this year, we have worked over 1,100 hours of overtime, including long days, weekends, and holidays. We're constantly making improvements to keep our schools headed on a successful path. Our students and community deserve a safe and supportive learning environment, and each individual maintenance technician is a critical component of that system. These proposed cuts will destabilize our team. You know, people get sick, injured, take leave, go on vacation, and having a team stretched too thin can increase the likelihood of accidents and mistakes, and it slows response times. Our 7 campuses require constant upkeep and repairs to ensure site safety for students, staff, and to the public. We also work on modernizing outdated systems like data, phone, security, and fire alarms. In the past 2 years that I have been here, we have been very busy with constant new work order requests each day, along with any emergency responses for facility breakdowns and repairs of electrical, water, gas, and sewage systems. These issues can quickly turn into much larger problems if not given immediate attention. Not only can they cause unexpected financial losses to the district, but also can endanger students, staff, and the public, potentially causing injuries or even death. I sincerely hope that the board can reconsider these proposed cuts and rescind these layoffs of the critical staff. Job cuts to essential services are devastating to our schools and our community on both public and personal levels. I urge you to all please reevaluate the data and information that is being used to make this challenging decision and help us continue to be successful in the Maintenance and Operations Department. Thank you for your time.
Up we have Monica Estrada, followed by Eva Contreras.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to everyone who came and supported at the last time meeting, and especially to those who spoke publicly for the first time. I know that is not easy, and your voices truly matter. I also want to say thank you all for coming and supporting when you can be resting at home. Your presence is greatly appreciated and meaningful, and I hope our voices don't go unheard. I am here today to follow up on the ongoing discussion regarding the proposed closure of several positions, including the special education interpreter and translator roles. These positions are not simply supportive, they are essential. Interpreters play a critical role in ensuring that families fully understand and can meaningfully participate in IEP meetings, assessments, initial evaluations, and educational planning. Without them, we risk creating communication barriers that directly impact student outcomes and weaken the trust we work so hard to build with our families. Beyond the impact on students and relationships, there are also important legal considerations. As a district, we are required to provide meaningful access and participation for all families. Without adequate interpreter support, we risk falling short of these obligations, which could lead to compliance concerns and potential legal consequences. I also want to emphasize that all the positions being considered for closure are vital to the effective functioning of our system. Each one plays an important role in maintaining collaboration, efficiency, and the level of support our students deserve. We all share the same goal, to serve students well and ensure our programs continue to run smoothly. I respectfully ask that you reconsider this decision with these impacts in mind. Thank you all for your time and for your continued commitment to our students, schools, and communities. Thank you.
Up we have Eva Contreras, followed by Rhonda Jenkins, followed by Davidson Curtis.
Good evening, district members, Superintendent Peterson, school board members, and student board members. My name is Eva Contreras, and I've worked with the Independent Study Program for almost 4 years. I understand layoffs are not on tonight's agenda, but I wanted to follow up on my previous comment regarding the laboratory classroom assistant position that is at risk of being eliminated again. This is the same position that was brought forward for elimination last year, and the same position this board chose to thankfully preserve. That decision gave our program the opportunity to continue operating with the level of support our students need. Because of that decision, our program has grown. Despite operating with fewer teachers, EHS maintains the highest attendance rate across our programs. From month 1 through month 6, our average attendance rate is 98.27%, which means on most days, only about 1 student is absent. At another site, the attendance rate averages around 91%, which is closer to 5 students absent on a typical day. In our recent month 8, we had our lowest attendance, and that was at 94.55 for ADA. For other sites in the same month, one site had 88.51% and 82.67 for the third. The loss of this position is no longer a hypothetical that we were talking about last year. We now have a full year of comparison, or almost a full year. We can see what outcomes at sites can look like without this position because our 2 sister sites are operating without a laboratory classroom assistant. At EHS, our structure allows us to provide immediate, consistent support, and the difference not only shows in our outcomes, but also in how our students feel within our program and coming to school. Independent study often serves students who benefit from alternative pathways to complete their education and remain connected to their school and community. Many of these students may already struggle with navigating unique life circumstances, truancy, or managing a traditional schedule. They're not looking for another system to navigate. They're looking for immediate, consistent support. This kind of support is what makes our program stand out to parents and what leads them to recommending the program by word of mouth or what brings them back to our program for their younger students. I have seen that firsthand. At Escondido High School, the structure includes the LCA, the laboratory classroom assistant, and it works. While other sites have adapted to keep compliance without the LCA, I ask, how do we maintain the same outcomes we have at Escondido High School without this position, when we already have examples of what the program looks like without it? We're not asking for more, we're simply asking for your help to protect what is already working for our students. Thank you for your time and support.
Next up is Rhonda Jenkins, followed by Davidson Curtis, followed by Lisa Olson.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board. I'm here. I don't have anything prepared. I changed my major to avoid public speaking, so bear with me. I am a survivor of domestic violence, and my child, she attends the Independent Studies program. I'm here just to tell you my experience with Ms. Rios, who has been a tremendous support. I can tell you that even after having my full faculties, when your family is going through trauma and you're the head of a household, single, anything that's procedural, like getting her scheduled, any schedule, it was very difficult. And I can say that not only has Ms. Rios been a liaison, she's been an advocate, she's been a support. I've experienced many different, parts of the school that kind of, they kind of let you down. They don't follow up, they don't provide resources. But I can say that not only was I inspired to be more active in my child's education with Ms. Rios' support, she is now thriving. And this is after being a year behind. And she would be the second in 2 generations now. I can look forward to her graduating from college. And I really would appreciate just to reconsider, because it really does affect families in ways that I guess is not immediately, visible. But thank you for your time, everyone.
Up is Davidson Curtis, followed by Lisa Olson, and then May Fay.
Good evening, board members and district leadership. My name is Davinson Curtis. I teach at Escondido High School, and last month I spoke alongside so many others against the spate of classified layoffs that were nevertheless approved. At that time, Christy Knight responded both openly and genuinely. She said that the board had heard our voices and that while time and legal mandates forced the outcome of that meeting, there was precedent for similar measures to be modified by May, given more time to create a plan that would satisfy the state and serve the needs of our community. I'm here today to remind the board that we have not forgotten our conviction in the intervening month and to ask them to please make good on their stated intention to mitigate the train wreck that will come to pass if nothing is done next year. I speak to appeal mainly for the position of district interpreter, not because it represents the only important position cut, but because it is the position the absence of which I can least imagine. In service of their mandate to run IEP meetings, it is rare for case managers to go a week without using interpreter services, and it's often multiple hours per week per education specialist. Having just one interpreter adds difficulty to the job, and as far as I can tell, having 0 would make it impossible. If there is a plan to fill the gap, I have not yet heard it. And to say that ed specialists would be interested to hear the plan would be a dramatic understatement. If the plan is to simply have case managers cobble something together from other staff members who speak Spanish, I cannot stress enough what a farce that would be. We do have an informal list at EHS of staff members willing to help teachers make phone calls home to parents, but those people all have other jobs and are giving 10 minutes here and there because they're team players. Asking them to give over a full hour on the regular to facilitate an IEP meeting is a non-starter. They are not certified. They have their actual jobs to attend to. And we cannot rest the weight of how our district relates to the families most in need of attention on generosity and extra contractual labor. We need a plan. On the other hand, if the plan is to give this position over to technological substitutes, then I really hope that you all know something I don't. In my experience, conversations had through real-time translation technology as it is today are stilted enough to make people clam up. Trying to run an IEP meeting through the likes of Google Voice would encourage one-sided proposals of IEP text followed by parent assent. It would not encourage the type of genuine collaboration explicitly mandated by IDEA. In sum, I suppose my message is we have 1 more month. Please, please come back in May with a plan to reinstate the interpreter position or a darn good plan for how we'll function in its absence. Thank you.
Madam President, can I ask a question? It's interesting. I know before I was elected to a board, people would come and speak to a board and it was like, blah, 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 next agenda item. And it's interesting because this gentleman has spoken 2 months in a row now, and it seems to be a pretty darn compelling reason to keep the interpreters. Bear with me here a second. I know for sure that Dr. Casas and the team over there have a plan. Is this a plan that's not been presented yet, or can you help on that? Because he's pretty compelling, I have to admit.
The plan has not been communicated yet, and furthermore, it's not agendized for tonight, so we can't really address it.
Okay, because we're running out of time, so we might have to call a special meeting to present it before the next meeting we have to vote on. Just saying.
Thank you, Lisa.
Good evening, Escondido Union High School District Cabinet and board members. I'm here again. My name is Lisa Olson. I'm the district nurse for Escondido Union High School District, and I oversee health services for our students and staff. I'm here to respectfully share my concerns again regarding the district's proposal to eliminate health office assistant positions across our school sites. You should have all received a handout that has some data on it with comparing annually the number of health office visits that we're seeing and the percentage of students that are being seen to in those years. On the first little section, you'll see the school years there. We have the first one is 2018-19. That's really the last full year of school prior to the pandemic. And then we reconvene again for our first full year of non-COVID work, so to speak, in 2022-23. You can go ahead and just not even pay attention to the 25-26 data there as those are still pending and we haven't completed the school year yet. But you can see though our annual enrollment in the district has decreased annually from 7,364 in 2018-2019 down to 6,044 of this school year, that the percentage of students that are being seen in our health offices has massively increased. It was 307% in 2019, and then once COVID hit, students were coming to the health office quite frequently with test results and with symptoms, being in quarantine and or isolated. And I think that gave the student body a great place. They were like, those students who had never come in the past are now having to come because of the pandemic, and learning that the services that we can provide and the help that we can support them with is important. And we're seeing in 2022-23, 509% of students were being seen in the health office. And that has increased annually. 24-25 is 512%. On the next little section there, you can see the comparison of the data from 24-25 school year to this school year. Last year, we saw a total of 32,411 students in 10 months. That's averaging 3,241 student visits per month. With our projected, we still have 3 months left of this school year, with adding the projected visits for this school year will be at 33,433. So even though our numbers are going down, our health office visit numbers are going up. On each of the following pages, you can see each school divided down individually and how our health office numbers are comparing. And I just wanted to make one last point. I appreciate your time here. A school health office is not just a room with ice packs, it's a medical safety net for hundreds of students every single day. Students who may not have a primary care provider, who may not have health insurance, and our offices provide that first step, that front line to these students. If our shared goal is to keep students safe, healthy, and in school, reducing health office staffing moves us in the opposite direction. And the question is not whether we can afford health office assistants. The question is whether we can afford to operate safely without them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have.
I've added my contact,
Yes.
my card there. If any of you have any questions or comments, feel free to reach out at any time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And May Fay, followed by Terry Rice afterwards.
Hello, board members and cabinet. I have been so honored these past 25 years to serve this community and work with all of you. I am retiring at the end of this year and on to other adventures. But I thought this was so important that I discuss it, that I made time to come in today. I've known many of you over the years and actually was on a couple of interview panels as well. So it's amazing that we're here. I'm here today to discuss again, and Mr. Karpani, you were not here for last year, so I just wanted to reiterate that our laboratory classroom assistant has been a vital piece of our success at our site for both our independent study program, but our campus online program. And I think if Ms. Phillips, if you have the opportunity, you could maybe look and see how much money that we generate as a result of our independent study program. We, as of the numbers that were released for the school year at the end of March, we are 14% above one site and 7% above the other. Our average is above 98% attendance. And we have, as a district, put a huge amount of investment in this position. It requires a great deal of training. This person has to be able to quickly answer many, many different types of questions about technology, projects, essays, other information about the campus. And the persons that we've had in this position are significant to our success. And I would make the argument that they're significant to our district's success because we want to keep public education in Escondido and we want it to thrive and be strong. As someone who has lived here for 25 years and will probably continue to live here for another 25, having a position like the laboratory classroom assistant is so important for so many people in our community. And I am so lucky to have been part of this success. We're going to have a lot of changes next year, including 4 retirees from the programs that have been trained on this, and we're going to have a new online platform. I would say that, Mr. Casas, this is a very important time for us to have that support that we need to keep this program strong because it's a tough change that's coming up for us to completely change how we do things online with a new package, to have such a wealth of experience gone. It's going to be a tough haul, especially at Orange Glen and Escondido. And so not only as a community member, but as an experienced educator, I would please ask that you continue this position. It's so important to so many people. Every day I see students and families coming together as a team to help a student be successful, Mr. Peterson, that were not successful before. What happens? We have great communication with our families. We have immediate answers. We have great information about the whole campus. I cannot do that. A new teacher could not do that on their own. We need those support people in this sort of situation.
Thank you, May.
Thank you for your time and listening. Again, it's been an honor. I really am so happy that I got to be part of all of this. Thank you.
May.
Congratulations on your retirement. Thank you so much for your service.
The final speaker slip I have is for Terry Rice.
Hi, board members and Escondido Union. I don't think I can stick to my prepared statement after hearing all of these different speakers come up. I think you're cutting at the wrong end of the string. I think you need to look at non-student facing people in the district. But I do want to talk about some other things as well. I'm here to highlight a very unfortunate and unjust history with your district tonight. The reason I say unfortunate is because things could have been rectified many times and the district was requested to do so and they did not. My son had a really horrible senior year at Orange Glen. I'm sure that many of you may have seen a state complaint. I've talked to many administrators in the district and nothing was ever rectified. The year was basically a year of non-implementation, no matter how many IEP meetings, and there were countless, no matter how many letters, parent concern letters, no matter how many meetings at the district where I just kept knocking and climbing up the ladder to try to get them to do something for my son. So I myself have witnessed that there is not support in the campus sites. They say that there is, they'll write it in an IEP, but what you get is an IEP on paper only that's not being implemented. So clearly 3 minutes isn't going to do me the time that I need to. So I will plan to choose only a few things from my long list that I want to share with you to create visibility. I am really upset because I felt like trust was betrayed to me by district administration, not Dr. Casas, I'll say that, where I met with those and they would say to me, you know, let us have a meeting. Let's have more staff training. Nothing ever changed. So where I'm going to go today is what I think is going to make the biggest impact in my 54 seconds left. I want to talk about the failure in the design of your co-taught classrooms. Kids are being funneled into those rooms like animals into a barn where they think that makes them compliant. And I'm here to tell you it doesn't. Accommodations are not being given. Children are not really participating. They are just in the room and they're calling it good. And I'm here to tell you as a parent and as an advocate, that is not good. Those classrooms are causing kids to have unequal access to the curriculum. And I will tell you, when you look at my complaint, you may ask for it, you will see that my son went over 100 days without visual supports that were documented by the district. And they weren't sorry, they didn't fix it until I brought another advocate and another advocate. So I'm here to say hi. I will see more of you, and I hope that you're going to take a deeper dive and take a deeper look because I am concerned. Thank you.
Madam President, was that special ed related?
It sounds like it. Terry, I would also encourage you if you could, because I know you had a lot more on paper. If there was, if you were able to take the time to also send it to us by email, we can review more.
Because I was concerned about all these settlements made. From my perspective, I made this easy. Let's resolve this. Let's move this forward. It didn't move.
We would like to hear more about it, so please share that with us. Thank you. And I know there were a lot of you that came out to speak this evening. Thank you for taking the time to come out, to the students that came out. Thank you, because we know that this matters to you if you're here. Even if you didn't speak, we know that this matters to you. This is not as mentioned, it's not something we're actually voting on tonight, but everyone who spoke and shared more about what it is we need to be looking at and taking into consideration will give us more information to be able to speak with cabinet about, so that we can hopefully by May reach something where we're able to rescind the pink slips that were sent out. None of us want to do layoffs. I've been on this board for 13 years, and this would be probably the second time we've had to do any layoffs. And in previous years, it was very difficult. And so this time, I just want you to know it's every time that's presented to us, it's very, very hard to consider. And we know there's a lot of moving parts to it all, and trying to understand all of that from what the information we're being given. So we do appreciate the additional information from everyone's perspective. That's our boots on the ground. So thank you very much for being here this evening. That ends our public comment portion. I have one board member stepping up to go to the bathroom, so if possible, we'll take a short recess for a few minutes, and let's be back in 5 minutes at 7:38. Thank you. Okay, looks like we've got all board members coming back. So we will reconvene this board meeting at 7:43. Thank you very much for your patience. That will bring us to section F of the meeting, which is our presentation portion. And item F1 is a presentation this evening by our charter partners, Escondido Charter High School presentation. And we have Executive Director Sean Rohner here this evening. Welcome, Sean, and take the podium there and take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good evening, President Knight and trustees, Superintendent Peterson and cabinet members. Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you again for having us here this evening. We appreciate the opportunity to provide our annual update. And before I begin, I just want to express our heartfelt gratitude for the partnership with our district. We appreciate the opportunity to work with you collaboratively. We appreciate your leadership. And over these 30 years, next fall will be our 30th anniversary. And it's been an honor to be a part of our community and to work with you so closely. Before I begin, I want to introduce some of our key staff members. First, we have Dr. Clifton, who's the principal of Escondido Charter High School. Next to her, we have our business manager, Mr. Jonathan Takagi. And next to him, we have our assistant executive director, George Torres. So thank you very much. First, I want to just give a high-level overview of our schools. We have 2 learning tracks from TK through 12th grade. So at our Heritage K school, we have a hybrid track where students attend school 2 days a week and are at home 3 days a week. And then we have a full-time track. And those tracks go all the way up to 8th grade and then meet at Escondido Charter High School. So you can see on the top, we have our traditional classroom program, Heritage Elementary, Heritage Junior High School, and what we call traditional classroom learning program at Escondido Charter High School. And then you can see at the bottom, Heritage Flex Academy, and that at Escondido Charter High School, we call it our Flex Learning Program. I want to briefly give you an overview of our demographic trends. This is our current enrollment for 2026. So our full-time classroom students, we have approximately 435 students. And then our flex program, you can see CLP, our students are on campus. If you remember from my presentation last year, our students are on campus 4 days a week. And then our PLP program is independent study one-on-one, where the students come to school 1 day a week and then they have the opportunity to blend into classes. So our enrollment right now is 900 students. I wanted to highlight a few of our dashboard elements. First, you can see our A through G requirements, 2022 through 2025. And you can see that about 72% of our students complete the A through G requirements by the time they graduate. In our classroom program, it's just about 100%. And then you can see the A through G completion rate for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, 65.5%. Our graduation rate, we're very pleased this last school year that we were able to have 100% graduation. And then you can see 100% for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students.
Dr. Rohner, on that 100%, is the number one thing that is attributed to that parental involvement?
No, good question. Obviously that helps. I think one of the key elements for us is Dr. Clifton and her team have taken additional steps, extra steps to target the student population that was missing that. So we had in our PLP program or independent study program, we have a population of students that sometimes can be behind in credits. When they arrive, we'd have students that come in as juniors, be significantly behind in credits. And so her team has done a particularly great job this past school year targeting those students and ensuring that they complete all of the requirements for graduation. Whereas in the past, it wasn't uncommon for us to have some fifth-year seniors just try to get all the requirements that were necessary. And of course, with our dashboard, that was something that we needed to address. Yeah. Our chronic absenteeism, you can see there. So last school year, we were 5%. And then you can see the breakdown for our demographics.
I find it very interesting that if you look at 2021, the rates were fairly high for some of the demographics, and then they dropped substantially. But then for African Americans, they seem to increase.
Yeah, good.
Is there a reason for that?
So I think the challenge for our high school is that the African American population is relatively small, so you can have that be skewed with a student that's chronically absent. Whereas if you look at our Hispanic and Latino population and our white population, which is an Asian, are the largest groups of our students, is probably more accurate. So you'll see higher fluctuations with that particular population. And so our data analysis hasn't been a particular concern compared to the other groups.
But you still got 100% graduation rates.
Yeah. Good question. Thank you for those questions. And then you can see an overview of our CAS performance. So we've stayed pretty steady with our ELA and stayed steady with our math performance. Bottom one is, let me go back to that. Yeah, the bottom one is science. CAST is our science score.
What is the current overall for California math?
It's in the 30s, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's in the 30s.
Is that correct?
I think, yeah.
In the 30s across all grade levels. And do you have mandatory 3 years of math?
4.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, 4.
4 years of math.
For our classroom program. So I want to be really clear in our classroom program. So those will be our programs where the kids come every single day of the week. It's basically for graduation, you have to complete the A through G requirements. Good questions. Our demographic trends. This is a chart from the dashboard, but I want to just give you a high level overview. So the left-hand side, you can see our total enrollment over the years. So it's starts in 25, 26 and goes down to earlier years, 22, 23. So we're pretty steady. You might ask why we had a drop this year. That drop was just something structurally as we were making adjustments to scheduling and a few other things that we've taken care of. But we've hovered around, we budget around 915, and that's we fluctuate from 915 to 930. That's where we expect to be next year. I think the big key takeaway is we're not planning to grow at all in terms of our enrollment. We're just going to stay where we're at. And then you can see the breakdown of our demographics for our population, which is we're about 35% white. Any questions on that? Okay. Special education.
One quick thing I would say is it is a lottery system though, right?
It is a lottery system. So we, as a reminder, we give priority lottery enrollment to the community around our school. So we've chosen to do that. It's in our charter, and we've chosen to do that. So that's also true, by the way, for Heritage K-8. So essentially what tends to happen for us is most of our families come in the lower grades, kindergarten or TK. And so that's Oak Hill, Glenview, and Orange Glen Elementary, that they have priority enrollment. And so contrary to popular belief, those communities, those school communities fill up our kindergarten. Besides besides siblings that are already in the school or staff member kids, which is a very small number, it's that priority that gets in, and we don't usually take students from outside of Escondido unless it's in one of our independent study programs. And then those students usually matriculate up into our high school. And one of the questions that's come up over the years that I've gotten is, do we take enrollment in high school from the area of Escondido? And in all honesty, yes, but most of the students that come into ninth grade have been with us in elementary and junior high school, the vast majority of the kids. So they're kids that have been with us internally all the way up into high school. Our special education I'm going to talk about in more detail in a moment. I just wanted you to see the overall trends for us there. And then I got a slide where I want to highlight that in particular. And then you can see an overview of our EL population, some of the statistics related to that. And then last, you can see our free and reduce. You might ask in 24-25, you could see a pretty significant dip there, and that was a reporting. We changed our reporting process and it didn't work. It's the simple thing. And so we went back to our original way of doing our reporting. We think that the way that we were collecting information was confusing to our families, and so we went back to doing it the other way. And so you can see where we land there. Any questions about that? Okay. Let me talk about our special education trends. You can see this breakdown of those numbers, and I just want to highlight the fact that remind the board that we partner with the district that provides our special education services, as you know, and that partnership has been in place since we opened in 1996, and it's been a terrific partnership and unique. Not very many charter schools in California have a partnership like that. It's been fabulous, and we appreciate the high school special education team. They're terrific, and you can see on the right-hand side the special education personnel that provide support for us, and we're grateful for that. They partner with Dr. Clifton and her team, and we've been able over the years to provide a high level of services for our kids. Questions about that? What I want to highlight is just a couple of programs. Some we talked about last year, and a couple of them are new. We've made a really large push last school year, and we're hoping to, this school year, excuse me, and we're hoping to do this moving into next year, is our multi-tier support for our students. So as we look at those demographic groups or socioeconomic groups where we know we can improve test scores, attendance, and on so forth, we know that we need to have a better formalized system to address their needs. So we're fortunate from TK to 12th grade, we can implement those strategies to try to meet the needs of our kids. And so our team has been working on that. And as I know, the cabinet and team here at the district office knows it's really a challenge trying to put something in place that can provide universal supports for kids, and then leveling those supports for kids that have particular needs. But we're working on that, and we're excited about that. Our entire high school next year will be on a block schedule, and we're looking forward to that. We'll provide more flexibility for our independent study students to blend into classes like college students and participate in that. So we were planning to do this, and then COVID hit, and then we just kind of waited on that process, and now we're ready to do that across all of our programs.
Would that be a 4x4?
It's not. So that's a great question. So we had a conversation about that, and there's certainly, I know 4x4 schedules are really popular. There's challenges with them from our perspective, and one of those challenges is they can be difficult in relationship building with students because it's fast. So if you have a semester long course like a government course, you're moving those students through. And then the benefits, of course, is kids can have more opportunities at bats for different classes and growth in that area. And so we felt like we're going to do a traditional schedule, which is a full Monday and then a block schedule Tuesday through Friday.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, sure. Great question. And then last but not least, One of the core elements when we opened our school in 1996 was what we call back to basics, or focusing on the fundamentals. And we've tried to stay true to that mission as a part of our school. And so we're always kind of reassessing how are we meeting those needs. We've been really excited over the past 5 years in our elementary school and then moving up into our high school. We've been implementing a core knowledge curriculum. So we've been really trying to be intentional from TK all the way through 8th grade and then coming into high school to have a well-planned, thought-out curriculum that's really specific in its design, and in particular that provides a broad level of specific content for kids to be exposed to. And we believe that that's good for all kids, but in particular, our EL learners need to have access to a content-rich curriculum that prepares them for that. And so we've been implementing that, and we'll begin leveling that up into our high school over the coming years. And then in addition to that, with our pedagogy, we've been implementing a classical model that's really been incredible to see what's taken place with our kids. And so we're excited to see these elements as we move into next school year, and we think it's going to continue to help us improve.
So, Mr. Rowe, so regarding the classical aspect, I know my daughter has been through the classical aspect with you guys, but can you put a little more detail to what that exactly means?
Sure. For us, pedagogically, what that means is we have a sort of a back to basics traditional approach that focuses on fundamentals, content-rich curriculum for students. So what that means, say, for example, in a humanities classroom, is an incredibly rich and challenging curriculum so for example, in our freshman year, we have kids reading Homer, so the Iliad and the Odyssey and Plato, and that can be incredible.
Dante's Inferno went over well too.
In that sophomore year. So it's a content-rich curriculum. And then the third element that's really crucial is the instructional practice has seminars and discussion oriented. So it's designed with a really unique questioning technique. So if you were to walk into say, for example, some of our humanities classes on a Thursday, you would see all 25 kids in a circle for the whole entire hour discussing the content. And when we first began implementing it, it was intimidating for our staff, but it's an incredible thing to see, to walk into a 9th grade class with EL learners and to see them, bless you, to see them working through that curriculum and coming to understand it. And so it's been challenging for us as a staff, but it's something that we believe is really important to help our kids continue to grow, and not just to be ready for college. I think we're doing a good job with that, but just the world of work and life beyond that. So there's a lot of values. Values are a really core part of that curriculum, those conversations, deep questions. And so we're really looking forward to continuing that journey for our high school team. The questions. Again, I truly appreciate the opportunity to come and speak, and thank you for your support. And if there's any questions that come up afterward, please feel free to email me. Let Superintendent Peterson know. I'd be happy to have board members come out and to visit our campus. And again, on behalf of our staff, we're very grateful for the district's leadership and the opportunity to be able to serve kids in partnership with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, I know that it's not something that you talk about a lot, but your athletic programs are thriving
We appreciate
and
that.
doing really well. They're very competitive. So
We're really
just
thankful.
pointing that out too. It's become a draw, I think, to
Yeah.
your schools that may have not been there before.
Yeah, I think that's been thank you for bringing that up. I think that's been a big growth area, and you know this, President Knight, because you've been familiar with our school from the beginning. Is we sort of, I don't want to say we're opposed to that, but we wanted to really just focus on the classroom part of it. But I think what we've come to learn over the years is we can better serve kids through arts and athletics. We know we can serve them in the classroom really well, but you can't teach everything in the classroom. And so you need other opportunities. And so in addition to that, we hired an amazing musical theater teacher. And so we've launched that program, and it's been really, really inspiring. In fact, we had plays over the weekend and it was just incredible. We sold out 6 shows, and it was really incredible to see the community come along with that. And so we're growing in those areas, but we always remind our coaches and remind our theater program that we're a school, so the classroom's got to be the heart of what we do. But these co-curricular activities support what's happening in the classroom, and how can we bring those things together to coach the heart of our kids. And so we're excited about it. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
Especially the cross country team and swim team. There's a mean freshman on that team.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. All right. Thank you all for your questions. We appreciate it.
Okay, next up for our presentation portion, F2, we have our social work presentation and student services. So we're excited to have some staff members here this evening to present on this. Am I handing it over to you, Dr. Casas, first to kick it off?
Yeah, I'll just introduce Dr. Oscar Felix, our Director of Pupil Services, and Geraldine Sullivan, who is a social worker at San Pasqual High School. Have a great relationship with both of them, and they serve our district with excellence. So I'll pitch it over to Dr. Felix.
Can't we forward another mic?
Okay. Do you want me to grab? So we both have one. Yeah, perfect. Good evening again. I'm here to present on our comprehensive social work program, and I have the honor of being able to work and support our amazing social workers throughout our district. Currently in our district, we have a total of 9 social workers. We have 2 at Escondido High School, 2 at Orange Glen High School, 2 at San Pasqual High School, and then at Del Lago we have 1.5 and 1.5 at Valley High School as well. There's a great picture of our team that is being supported. We have a couple of them here in the audience today, so I want to thank them for being out here and supporting us and as we do this presentation. I do want to share a video that is narrated by one of our social workers, Mr. Steven Garcia, social worker at Orange Glen High School.
Have you ever wondered how a school social worker makes a difference? In the Escondido Union High School District, these dedicated professionals support students and families facing health challenges. Let's start with the families our students face each day. I feel overwhelmed and can't seem to find calm. My family no longer has health insurance. Problems at home distract me during class. I constantly worry about money and where we will live. These are common voices among our students. School social workers listen and provide crucial support. Through trauma-informed practice, they create a safe space where students can express themselves without fear. They offer practical resources helping families navigate difficult situations. Now listen to how our students feel after receiving support. Having someone listen to me has changed everything. I discovered ways to help myself calm down and self-regulate. My social worker helped me find resources we needed. I trust the caring adult here at school. Through guidance, students focus on overcoming their challenges. They learn healthy coping strategies and feel heard. Thanks to my social worker, I'm making plans for college and feeling confident. They linked us with local community support. I want to be a positive role model. School social workers are vital to our community. They instill hope in our students and families every day. If you or someone you know needs support, reach out to a school social worker. Remember, you are not alone.
Well, that's a great video put together by our social workers. I also want to add that the quotes that are mentioned in the video are actual student voices from our district, collected from our student surveys.
Thank you. So as we move on to our next slide, I'd like to get into the why behind why school social work services matter. And if you take a look at the image that we have here, you can see that many of the students in our district are carrying burdens that go far beyond the student backpack. We have students carrying homelessness, sickness, hunger, and burdens that are not visible without intimate knowledge of what goes on in these students' lives. And the school social workers have that knowledge and are able to support those students with those burdens that they are carrying. This is also directly related to our LCAP goals. When we look at LCAP goal number 1, increase student achievement, we strive to remove the barriers that are impacting academic focus. We're fortunate to be able to provide bilingual school social work services to our English learners, and we also provide direct support to our foster youth and low-income students. Again, with the goal to improve graduation rates, A through G completion, and college and career readiness. If students' socio-emotional needs are not met, it's extremely difficult for them to focus in class, learn, and be successful. And when we can remove those barriers, that has a direct impact on their student academic performance. When it comes to LCAP Goal 3, student engagement and graduation, we have a focus on reducing chronic absenteeism. We work as a team as well as with our counterparts through counseling, admin, attendance TOSAs to provide direct supports to those students that are struggling with chronic absenteeism, specifically trying to identify what are the barriers to their attendance, what are the things that are causing them to struggle, and how can we remove those barriers, provide supports, and ultimately increase their connectedness to school. LCAP Goal 5 relates to safe and inclusive school climates, and so we work with our admin teams implementing restorative practices to reduce suspension rates, and we do that from a trauma-informed approach. So having the knowledge that students are dealing with trauma and childhood stressors provides us the opportunity, when we lead with that in mind, to connect with them on an individual level. And by supporting their mental health needs, that is increasing their connectedness to school and ultimately reducing the disciplinary incidents. As we move on to our multi-tiered systems of support, I just want to highlight at the base of our pyramid here, we have the Tier 1 supports, which are those that are available to all students. So currently on our comprehensive sites, we have wellness centers at each of our comprehensive sites. Those are available Monday to Friday, all day, and those are accessible to all of our students should they need it to take breaks or access supports. We also provide support at the beginning of the school year with our first 4 presentations to really start with that culture focus, start to the school year, building a school culture and highlighting our school safety protocols. We also have suicide prevention information for our students. And of course, we work with our food distribution partners and providing additional supports that are accessible school-wide. As we move up the pyramid into the Tier 2, more targeted supports, that looks like school social workers supporting at the team levels through SST meetings, IEP meetings, parent involvement meetings, and working within those smaller groups to identify targeted supports and link them to resources. At the Tier 3 level, we have the most intensive services, and although this is the smallest portion of the pyramid, this is the section that requires some of our most intensive labor efforts. We, at that level, are providing individual counseling to groups of students that have higher needs. We also provide the risk and threat assessments for safety concerns. Those typically would involve follow-up meetings, parent supports, linkage to resources. We also assist with home visits, and then there's often collaboration with child welfare services or school resource officers or some of the additional support partnerships that we have. And so that is a little bit of a highlight of kind of how we organize our services within that MTSS framework.
How many students do you think would fall into Tier 3?
We're going to get into that in a couple slides. That's going to break down kind of how many of our students are receiving those more intensive supports.
Now, what we want to add, you see a very similar graphic here. What Ms. O'Sullivan just covered has to do with how we support our students within our school system. This pyramid is how we support our staff within the school system, because social workers don't only support students, they also support the staff on the school campus. So as you can see, we also have a tiered intervention support system for our staff. So we want to make sure that all teachers that when we go through tier 1, they go through the new teacher orientation where we cover social emotional support. We cover different ways to cope with different stressors within the school system, things that they're going to encounter, just preparing them for the school year and making sure that they're not going in blind and they're going in with the necessary supports that they need in order to be successful as teachers. We also have trauma-informed practices trainings, and then adverse childhood experiences, which is, we call it ACEs. That's our trainings that we provide to our staff when it comes to trauma-informed practices, understanding where students are coming within the community so they understand the demographic of our students so they can meet them where they're at. We also have Say Something presentations to our staff. That's the See Something, Say Something motif that we want to encourage our students to speak out if they see something that's unsafe, so we could proactively take care of the situation and make sure that we ensure a safe campus. As we move into tier 2, those are our targeted approaches. That is classroom consultation. So if a teacher has consistent disciplinary issues with specific students, they would either go to an administrator, most likely a social worker. Social worker would then collaborate with that teacher and try to support them in unison, whether they're doing a restorative circle or restorative conversation with the student, supporting in a parent conference, connecting them with resources and supports. And if it's a student that needs additional supports and resources, that's when we go up to our tier 3, or sorry, staff member that needs additional supports. And that's when we have, see, a student is in a classroom, their mood does not look normal as they would in a normal day. They would most likely send them to the social worker, where the social worker could check in with the student and then see if a threat assessment or a risk assessment needs to take place in order to best support the student. And we're going to go into a little bit of the data that goes along with that in a little bit as well. So as we look at this data here, these are the number of students that are served throughout the district. Started from when we collected 23-24 school year, we started about 1,582 students. To our last year, it was 1,570 students, whereas this year we're projected to have about 1,920 students served. So these are total students served throughout the district. That's going to be an increase of about 22% from the last couple of years going on to this year. So we're projected to see more students coming into our to our offices, and that could be from various things, whether it's lack of food insecurity, lack of housing, the illnesses, whatever the case may be, if the student is having a challenge outside of the school that's impacting their education, that's where social workers step in to support the students the best way possible. And moving on to the next slide.
Quick question. Any thoughts on, you mentioned some reasons why it would have increased, right? But obviously it's a big increase, right? Mm-hmm. So would you say you just are offering more services, so there's more reasons for them to come by? Or do you think there's, we'll say, something going on in a sense, or something in the water, shall we say?
I think there's a lot that goes to that question. It could be the climate in the community, the political climate in the world, different things that are happening in our community at large. Not necessarily more services. I think the services are steady because we have various partnerships that we're going to touch on later on in the presentation as well. But there's a lot of stressors as you guys hear the news. There's a lot of things that our kiddos are scared about, which leads to them feeling insecure or not safe within the community or even the school sites.
So if we were to get an audit based on projected and stuff like that, what organization would audit you, and is there file documentation to prove these numbers? As you can say, we've seen sadly in the news, if all that fraud wasn't out there, we'd probably have a lot more money for kids actually in need. But I know that documentation and audits are increasing. If we were to face an audit, who would do that, and would there be files to support all this?
We've been audited through the
FPM does our federal progress monitoring. We just went through it. We had 0 findings.
Thank you. Awesome.
In how we serve our foster and homeless youth.
Perfect.
We also engage in Medi-Cal billing, which we have to present those documented hours to get reimbursements for some of the services that we provide. So FPM and Medi-Cal billing.
We also, as a team, document each and every one of our efforts. So like every parent phone call, every meeting with a student, it all gets logged in our student database. And so we have pretty good data that we're able to track annually that's where we get these numbers from. And just to answer your question from earlier, the numbers listed on this slide are typically in that tier 3 category. So these numbers are reflecting the kids that have been served individually with higher needs interventions and are not necessarily reflective of every single kid that's ever come to a wellness center. Those numbers would be much higher.
Thank you.
But yeah. And so as we move on to the next slide here, we discuss how many interventions are received on average by students. So as you look, you can see here that the projected interventions is expected to increase by 18% compared to the last 3 years. And on average, each individual that meets with a school social worker receives around 8 interventions. So an intervention could look like something from an individual counseling session to a referral to an outside resource or a parent meeting. There's a wide variety of interventions, but on average, it's about 8 per student that we see. Some are much higher, some are less, obviously.
To add on to that slide as well is when we see students, like Ms. O'Sullivan was saying, is we traditionally are not seeing them just once. So think about when you go to the doctors, right? You break a leg, you're gonna go get a cast put on your leg. After that, they remove it after 6-7 weeks or so. Then you have to do some physical therapy. Then you're gonna follow up with some pain management. Put that in perspective and how social workers work as well. A student comes to us and tells us that they're homeless. It's not a one and done. That's going to take us months to resolve and support that family and connect them to resources. And that's why we're seeing the students as we go through. Again, to answer your question, Mr. Weller, as far as how do we collect the data, how do we keep the data, we also have our multi-tier systems of support within our database with our student information system. And that data is being collected by all parties that are supporting the student throughout. And that's how we were able to demonstrate the 8 interventions per year that it takes to serve our students on average. Some of them is more than that. Some of them we're seeing them 20 times. On others, we might see them 3 or 4 times to resolve and support them with their issues. On the next slide is the school safety impact. And I want to,
Dr. Costas, it'd be interesting with all the data we keep, and I know there's probably HIPAA laws and stuff like that, but it'd be interesting to see what is like the number 1, 2, or 3 things that kids come in to see, and then what are some of the ones that take the longest to solve. I mean, we're in an age of big data. We have tons of data now, and hopefully, especially with the increase, because as you said, I mean, society's pretty stressful right now for all of us. And so it'd be interesting to see what additional, help we could give for that.
Yeah, I think they actually do collect that. They might be going over some of that right now. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to touch base on our safety data, right? How do we keep our school safe? And it does start with that first contact with all of our students. Last year alone, we had 185 risk assessments and 42 threat assessments. So just to kind of give you context in regards to the difference between the two, some people think they're the same, and actually there's a vast difference within the two of them. A threat assessment focuses on harm to others. It's school safety centered. It evaluates intent and means and may involve discipline and supports for that student. Whereas a risk assessment focuses on harm to self, mental health centered. It evaluates suicidal ideations and safety and focuses on care and stabilization of the student and family. So the social workers are working with these families to support the student through that process, as well as partnering with law enforcement, with our school resource officers, and supporting with other mental health supports and providers throughout the community, whether the student has private insurance or if they have Medi-Cal. That makes a difference as well, because that's how we're going to take the situation and be able to support the family the best way possible. This year, as of February of this year, that's the last time we were able to run and collect the data. Our risk assessments are at 103 and our threat assessments at 34. So those could be potential violent acts that could have happened in our schools that were prevented thanks to the work that our social workers do, along with our administrators, along with our counselors and our school resource officers.
What do you mean violent acts?
Some of these cases is a student making a direct threat to a staff member, a student. We have to investigate the situation, whether the student has the means to carry out the act. We usually partner with law enforcement. They go out to the school, the house of the student. They do a wellness check, make sure there's no weapons on the site, at the home. They make sure that the family doesn't have any registered weapons to make sure that they can't carry out that violent act. So these are things that we take very, very seriously within the work that we do, and we want to make sure that we do keep our campuses 100% safe.
So
if a student does have means and actionable actions, then we involve the FBI and the CIA. They come into our site and they partner with our local law enforcement to investigate deeper through social media, make sure that there's nothing happening. And if there is, there could be potential arrests that do happen in those situations.
So you do work with the police force?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Very directly.
Okay. You have a liaison that you work with specifically?
Yeah, we have Sergeant Alva, that is our liaison for the Escondido Police Department. Then we do have 3 school resource officers that work with us directly as well.
Okay, thank you.
We also do have very detailed protocols that we follow for when we conduct those risk and threat assessments. We've developed a series of questions that have been approved district-wide that we use as a team, in a team of 2, to conduct those assessments and work within those teams accordingly. And so it's a well thought out and developed process that we've consulted with numerous districts in that development of that process. And we have found that we have a really strong team that's conducting those assessments together.
And put it in perspective, thank you for bringing that up. When we do have those risk assessments come up, it's not something that is, one, taken lightly, and it's not something that we breeze through and make it as quick as possible. Some of that could take up to 8-9 hours to complete, from start to finish, from when we hear of the situation happening to the end of the situation, to make sure we have closure and we feel safe. And then it continues on from those 9 hours to make sure that we're monitoring and checking. I take the responsibility of communicating, whether it's with juvenile court and community schools or the San Diego County Office of Education, in regards to where is the student being placed? Are they in juvenile hall? Are they coming back to our sites? Could we find an alternative placement for that student that's going to be safer for them, where they can get the supports that they need in order to be proactive in their education?
The next slide discusses how students can access the supports. So during the summer registration, parents have the option to opt out for their child to access the wellness center. If they don't do that, then all children have the access to the wellness center to take breaks if needed, access supports if needed. Secondarily to that, there's a separate process for how students might get referred to see a social worker. And so the most common reasons for why somebody would refer a student to see a social worker would be because there's an identified socio-emotional or mental health need. Could be that there are safety concerns that have been identified, both for that, maybe that student's individual safety, maybe there's something going on in the family that we're aware of. And so that might be a reason for a referral. Could be family or basic needs, maybe housing or food insecurity, academic or school engagement barriers, and then some of those tier 2 and tier 3 intervention needs that we had mentioned. Once that need is identified, the referral can be submitted in a few different ways. They can either use an electronic referral form, they can send an email, phone call. Sometimes this comes up directly in meetings like an SST meeting or an IEP meeting where there's an identified need. And students themselves can also self-refer for services, as well as their parents can reach out. And so then once we've received the referral, we work with the student and the parent to obtain consent for those services before we begin them.
From a communication specifically, do you guys have bilingual services?
Yes. So the majority of our team are bilingual. We have, I believe, at some sites, both school social workers are bilingual, and I think there's at least one bilingual school social worker at each site.
What if there's somebody that speaks different language?
Yeah, if it's outside of Spanish, we do have options for interpretation that we can access through our district. If needed, we can communicate with parents in their home language, and we just need to, sometimes depending on the language, we just need to arrange an appointment with the parent and the interpreter in order to be able to do that. But we do have those options.
Yeah, my wife actually does that every now and then. She gets a call for Tagalog, and that because some kids can speak English very well, and neither can their parents.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was for your Newfoundland accent.
Yes, bye.
But yes, we do our best to meet those needs for sure. And then we're going to be discussing a little bit about our partnerships. We have a really robust system of partnerships that we work with across Escondido. For example, the YMCA program has a transitional age youth program. They serve students aged 13 to 25. And so that's a really useful program, especially for some of our graduating seniors who are leaving our school systems but still need a lot of case management supports. That program can assist them with job readiness, resume building, things like how to get a license, how to open a bank account. They have a safe space in their program for socialization. They also have housing programs for students facing homelessness. So that's one that we wanted to highlight. Also, we work with a lot of our local universities, both in-person local universities as well as online universities for our internship program. We currently have around 8 interns in our district, and so we provide clinical supervision to those interns, and then those interns are able to expand the reach of our services. Currently at San Pascual, for example, we have in our wellness center anywhere from over 13 different providers from some of these agencies rotating in and out on a daily basis, providing services to our kids. And then Dr. Felix is going to discuss a little bit about some of the other ones that we work with.
Thank you. So one of the ones I wanted to highlight are, as you see the bottom right-hand corner, it's our FACE program. So Fostering Academic Success in Education program that serves our Escondido Union High School District foster youth. That's a partnership with the San Diego County Office of Education, EUHSD, and Live Well San Diego. With them, they have caseworkers that work with our students who are most at promise, which are our foster youth students. So these are students that are coming in, they, living in a foster home. Some of them are living at San Pascual Academy. That's down the hill by the Wild Animal Park. So these are the students that we are supporting. I meet with them on a monthly basis. We case manage together. We collaborate and compare notes in regards to how we're supporting our students. And if there's any gaps, we fill those gaps immediately to make sure that our students are supported the best way possible. We also work with neighborhood healthcare, where they provide mobile units that travel to each one of our school sites and provide Escondido Union High School District school-based mental health clinicians. All of this is approved and requested by parents. It's something that they want for their students. So the clinicians come onto campus, the student is pulled out of one of their elective courses, and then they are able to get the supports that they would otherwise not be able to take part in out in the community, because parents may not have transportation, or they might not have access to be able to get the student to the clinician's office. Another support that I want to highlight are our partnership with Educational Compact, our Escondido Educational Compact. They support youth and families through education, prevention, and workforce programs to strengthen our community. And some of the programs that I wanted to highlight within Escondido Compact, I highlighted them and bolded them here in the presentation. The Achievement Center, currently they have about 80 students that are participating in the Achievement Center. So these are some of our most at-risk students that are at risk of participating in gangs, or they're already probably in a gang. So they provide them mentorship, tutoring. They provide a mentorship along with tutoring and support academically, so they can be better prepared for school as they come in, and get them off the streets and get them somewhere where they can be productive. Our Families First program, as you can see the flyer in English and Spanish on the right-hand side, Education Compact received a $1 million grant that they're able to provide supports to local families here in Escondido. So since November of 2025, they've served 117 homes, and they've been able to allocate over $227,000 to supporting these families. And how are they supporting them? These are families that have fallen behind on rent or their mortgages or their utility bills. And Educational Compact is helping them come up and be current, and supporting them also with either finding a job, supporting them with trainings or skills that the family may need, so they can be proactive and be successful within our community. And then our students can thrive as well because their families are thriving. Another program that they have, there's actually two of them. One is more geared towards our young men. Another one's towards our young women. It's our family intervention team, the FIT program. That is, we have clubs on our campus, on each one of our campus, where there is a retired law enforcement mentor teamed up with the Education Compact mentor, and they go in and facilitate clubs within the school campus, and they support the students, take them on field trips and additional supports. And we do that as well with our young ladies through the Girls Rock program. We also have our juvenile diversion program. So if a student in the city of Escondido is arrested for a drug offense on our school campus, they are arrested, but we give them the opportunity to participate in the diversion program through Educational Compact, where we take them through a 90-day program where they're receiving mentorship, tutoring, they're receiving counseling, and they're receiving additional supports, wraparound supports for the family to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And if the student does have an addiction issue, that we're supporting them with that addiction so they could be more effective in a school setting. And the last program I wanted to highlight was Project Hero. That's a community-based program where families meet once a month with Compact staff. They have a dinner together as a community. Gives them an opportunity to build community with one another and break bread with one another and have a valuable experience with one another. Not only do they have these monthly dinners, they also take the families on excursions. Like they just went to the D-League Clippers game not long ago, and they're also taking the students to Padres game and soccer games just so they can have those experiences that most of our students don't have access to. So just wanted to share these amazing programs that are happening, these amazing partnerships that our social workers are able to take advantage of as we serve our students on a day in, day out basis.
You work with CalSafe too?
Yes, we do work with CalSafe. That is a program that's run by our school district as well. Absolutely.
Yes, and our social worker at Valley High School, Adriana, she works closely with that program, and so we definitely do collaborate on a lot of cases and provide supports for those students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you to the social workers that are here this evening. And I see that you picked the tallest one to split in half between the two different schools. All right. I was waiting the whole presentation to say that.
For your patience as well.
No, but thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for all you do to support the students in our district, both on campus and off campus through the partnerships that we have in the community. This was a great presentation. Thank you. Anyone?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like G1 under Educational Services Division, G1 was approved on consent. So that brings us to item G2, which looks like we have a mass subcommittee update. So Dr. Casas, we'll give that to you.
Yes, this is upon board member request. I did email the board just right now some notes from our latest board math subcommittee that we met. We met on March 23rd. And we right away always review our math improvement plan. And then we jumped into reviewing our interim assessment data, which if you recall, we're in our third year of every class doing a practice cast-like environment. We shared gradual improvement as our students progress from interim assessment 1 to interim assessment 3, with practice number 3 showing a projected increase to 4 to 5% on average by site. There's 2 sites that projected a 10% increase, but I want to remind the board that is just practice. But it's still very positive news, as we shared before. Very excited about that. Item number 4, we shared that our CAS testing window is open. It's still currently open. We only have 2 sites left that need to complete it. That's Del Lago and San Pascual. There's a big range in that testing window. It's about 2 months, so we're moving along nicely district-wide. And then probably the most exciting part I would say about the board subcommittee is the close collaboration with the elementary district. In the previous meeting, they attended and stayed the whole time. The plan was for them to attend this meeting, but something came up where they couldn't attend. However, our math content specialist the very next week met with their math specialist and went over the following items. Number one, looked over the promotional flyer to increase our participation in our Math 1 acceleration program. If you recall, that is the opportunity for incoming ninth graders to take and complete Math 1 in the summer and start their freshman year in Math 2. So that is an exciting thing. Last year we had 2 sections. Our hope is to increase that to perhaps 3. And we're not like jumping at the seams to like really increase that too much, because we also want to make sure that they're successful, and we don't want to just overwhelm that just for quantity wise. So we want to make sure that the right students are identified and the right students do attend, because we want to make sure they're successful when they start their Math 2 journey their freshman year. The next item we talked about was increasing the number of students that participate in our Math Summer Bridge program. A typical year, we average about 2 sections, so give or take about 60 students. Our hope is to identify and invite students that are performing below grade level and or have a D or an F in their 8th grade math class. And we're doing things just a little different this year to hopefully maybe double that from 2 sections to 4. Our math specialist already sent the flyer to every middle school principal. In about the next week or 2, we're actually getting the elementary to send that out via their peach jar to all families, which we haven't done that before. And exciting, we're going to add to that flyer that successful completion of the Summer Bridge program will result in attendance into an amusement park that might be Disneyland. So we hope that promoting that incentive will increase the participation, because as we know, summer school is optional. We can't make them go. Our hope is to really give them all the tools for them to be successful immediately in 9th grade when they start with us. So
We think that would be a big motivator.
yeah,
Some of the things we discuss, Bob and I and the team, about how to incentivize them.
yeah, that might be fun. That might be fun. The next item we discussed was inviting the elementary teachers to participate in our next math studios, which would happen in the fall of 2026. And they agreed, which is awesome. So we're going to work out those details. And then the next item we discussed was inviting them to participate in our summer professional learning that's dedicated to math. It's a 2-day professional learning experience that we do with our math teachers, and they agreed to participate in that as well, which is huge. Since I've been here, we never had this increase in communication and collaboration, so we're excited about that. And we thank the board for their support in that as well. And then another big one is articulation meetings typically happen virtually, and they agreed to do them in person this year. So that is when we work on the transition and identifying the students from 8th to 9th grade, who should be placed in what, and what we're covering in 8th and 9th grade math. That's actually happening in person as well soon. So they agreed to that. So we're excited about the partnership and the increased collaboration. And our next meeting is scheduled for May 11th, and the elementary has the invite, and they said they would participate. So
thank you.
Yep,
Good update. Very exciting.
Item G3, just to approve textbook adoption. This is for AP Government. This was something that was presented as a first read last month. So it's AP Comparative Government.
AP Comparative Government, which is only offered at San Pasqual High School. This is the second read. No changes, and copies have been available for parents at San Pasqual at the district office.
Wonderful. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion. I have a second.
I'll second it.
You-
I'd like to make a comment too.
Sure. Right now would be
I
the
didn't
time.
get a chance to make it by the superintendent's office to look at the book, but I have been honing my ChatGPT skills, and I was able to get a quick summary of this and identify certain things. And it was interesting to see that for AP Comparative Government, they were focused on China, Russia, Iran, Mexico, and Nigeria, and a few things like that. And they didn't. The book was well written. Like Iran's very theocracy with a lot of persecution against the citizens. So the book was straightforward, and I appreciated that. So thank you.
I just have one question myself, actually, and that is, I'm hoping that this book is fully aligned with the College Board framework for AP.
It has to be. Yeah. Okay, yeah. It's part of the syllabus that the College Board approves.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, and I did take a look at it too, and I agree with Bob.
Wonderful. Thank you both.
I didn't read the whole thing.
Not all of it.
Neither did I.
Finish it tonight. Mm-hmm.
I didn't use AI. I used DV.
Okay, we do have a first and a second. Thank you both. With that, we'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney, are you there? How do you vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight? Aye. Thank you. Next item is to approve new courses. And it looks like we have a couple of here. We have AP World History, Fire Technology, and Advanced Fire Technology. Dr. Casas?
Yes, these are both second reads. No changes since last time we met. Both courses are currently being piloted at school sites, Fire Tech at OG, AP World History at San Pasqual, and to positive feedback.
Great. Do I have a motion to approve the new courses before us?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight? Aye. Thank you. And bringing us to item G5, which is to approve curriculum revisions. And these are to several ballet folklorico, beginning, intermediate, advanced, and chemistry class. And very fitting because this evening we had our ballet folklorico dance before us. So thank you for that.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
Very good. So it looks like it's being very well received at our site. So I don't know if you want to present it.
Yeah, so these are revisions, these are courses that existed before, so they're just being updated. Both second read, no changes since last time we met. Ballet Folklorico, those revisions reflect changes to the California VAPA standards. And then in chemistry, changes represent changes to the lab requirements and the A through G requirements.
Dr. Cassis, I got a quick question. The colors of the dress, does that represent a district or?
Yeah, regional. So you heard they're from Sonora, and I believe the other one was Querétaro and also Jalisco. So yes, they're representative to the
Thanks
regions.
for sharing. That was very beautiful.
Very cool. Okay, with that, do I have a motion to approve the curriculum? Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight? Aye. And it brings us to G6, which is a first reading of some new courses. It looks like careers in education and future educators, mariachi. So I guess those are three separate ones?
Yeah, I can jump in here. These are first reads. These are courses that are new to our district, but are both currently being piloted. Careers in Education and Future Educators being piloted at Orange Glen and San Pasqual. This CTE program is being funded through the Golden State Pathway Grant, so it's fully paid for, the sections and the teacher and the resources. There is to address the upcoming teacher shortage with the amount of retirees that are forthcoming. And it gives our students the experience to figure out if they're interested in perhaps being a teacher or any other field within education. They also get the opportunity to participate in tutoring of their peers, but with a training background in pedagogy, but also help in the elementary and participate in tutoring elementary students as well. So pretty excited about that. So this is a first read of approving it as a full course, and it's currently being piloted at San Pasqual and at Orange Glen. And mariachi is being piloted across all of our sites. In particular, San Pasqual has had the most enrollment in mariachi, and we discussed perhaps maybe the next board meeting they can perform as well. It's in the second year of its pilot there, and it's received pretty warm feedback. So,
I got a quick
first read,
question.
no action needed.
For the, for the teachers, will they get real classroom experience, like going in and?
In the elementary setting, they'll get an opportunity to perhaps do a little bit more tutoring under the supervision of a credentialed teacher. But because of the rules of credentialing, they'll never be by themselves with students yet. But they will get a head start on the amount of introduction to teaching and pedagogy and teaching methodologies and instruction that they would have to take when they eventually enroll in a credential program or an early educator program.
That's a great idea. Yeah. Future teachers. We need lots.
As you stated, that's a first reading, so no action taken tonight. That'll come back next month for adoption. The next item 7 is also first reading of, is this curriculum revisions, it looks like?
Yeah, these are courses that already exist and have existed in our district for a long time. Beginning art, intermediate art, and advanced art are being updated to align with new California visual and performing arts standards. That's it.
Okay. Great. Again, these 3 will come back next month for adoption. Bringing us to item 8 on this section, which is the action upon recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 11. So I'll need a motion to accept and approve.
Yes, I move to accept and approve the recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 11 from April 21st, 2026 through at least April 21st, 2027, and to accept and approve the stipulated expulsion agreement. Do I have a, oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have Board Member Vincent with a second. With that, Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight? Aye. Okay, thank you. That passes. And Section 8 is our Human Resources Division. Items H1 and H2 were approved on consent. Bringing us to item H3, which is to approve proclamation in observance of School Nurse Day to be celebrated May 6, 2026. And I'll hand that over to Ron.
Thank you. Yes, I'm pleased to present for the board's approval a proclamation recognizing the vital role our school nurses and health staff play in supporting EUHSD students. On May 6, 2026, the district will join the San Diego County Office of Education and the state legislature in honoring all of our school health professionals for their dedication and service. Our school nurses and health staff are essential in promoting student health, wellness, and academic success. This proclamation serves as a small tribute to their contributions, and again, I'm pleased to submit it for the board's consideration and approval.
Do I have a motion to approve the proclamation?
Motion approved.
Okay, we have
A second.
a first and a second. Any comment? Okay, Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight, aye. Thank you. And that brings us to another proclamation, because they have to share this this month. This will be, that's right, nurses and teachers are always kind of the same week. Okay, the public servants. So we will be approving a proclamation in observance of National Day of the Teacher to be celebrated on May 5th and California Day of the Teacher to be celebrated on May 13th.
That is correct. Thank you. Again, I am pleased to present for the board's approval a proclamation recognizing the critical role our teachers play in shaping the lives of EUHSD students. This proclamation acknowledges their dedication, patience, and hard work. Beyond fostering academic growth, teachers nurture personal development and inspire future leaders, professionals, and community members. As has been mentioned, National Teacher Appreciation Day will be observed on May 5th, 2026, and California Day of the Teacher on May 13, 2026. Together, these occasions provide an opportunity to celebrate our teachers and reflect on the impact they have on individuals and society. Again, this proclamation serves as a small tribute to their contributions, and once again, I'm very pleased to submit it for the board's consideration and approval.
Motion.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight, aye. And that brings us to approving another proclamation for later in the month of May. We'll be approving a proclamation in observance of Classified School Employee Week to be celebrated May 17th through the 23rd, 2026.
Thank you. Yes, this is the third proclamation that I'm presenting to the board for approval. This proclamation is for recognizing the hard work and dedication for our classified school employees. During the week of May 17th through May 23rd, or May 23, we acknowledge these individuals who play essential roles in creating safe, supportive environments that promote student achievement and well-being. Each of our classified employees contributes to the smooth operation of our district and enhances the overall quality of education for our students. This proclamation, just like the others, serves as a very small tribute to their contributions, and yet again, I am pleased to submit it for the board's consideration and approval.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight, aye. Thank you for those proclamation approvals. And bringing us to item 6 in this portion of the meeting, which is to approve the memorandum of understanding between the Escondido Union High School District and California School Employee Association, Chapter 219, related to the option of flexing summer work hours to 4 10-hour day work weeks. And I'll let Sharon present that as well.
Thank you. I am submitting this memorandum of understanding to the board for approval. This MOU is collaboratively developed to provide 12-month classified employees the option to flex their summer work hours to 4 10-hour days in place of the traditional 5 8-hour work days. This agreement will be in effect from June 22nd through July 31st. I'd like to thank President Rachel Macias and Vice President Juan Vargas for their partnership and collaboration in this effort.
Wonderful, thank you. I know that is an option that many classified employees really enjoy during the summer. So
I'll move to approve.
thank you for that.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight, aye. Thank you. Bringing us to item 7, which is to approve a side letter agreement between the Escondido Union High School District and Escondido Secondary Teachers Association regarding the re-fingerprinting of certain certificated employees. And I'll let you present that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, presenting this side letter of agreement to the board for approval. A little background on this. The Education Code requires educational agencies to obtain fingerprint-based clearance for employees prior to employment. And since the late 1990s, the San Diego County Office of Education has supported this requirement through something called the Clearinghouse. However, because individuals remained in a quote cleared status even after they left employment, the process was not compliant with the California Department of Justice. So to come into compliance, the county office is expiring all fingerprints dated June 30, 2016 and earlier, effective this July 1st, and will implement a 10-year expiration period for all fingerprints in file. Although we don't utilize the clearinghouse, some of our employees were originally fingerprinted through it prior to joining the district, and so we accepted those clearances. However, to ensure that the district maintains valid fingerprint records, these employees will be required to complete the fingerprinting process again. So we will coordinate with SDCOE or the county office to provide on-site fingerprinting services at the school sites during the workday. And this is just an agreement that outlines the agreed upon process to complete the re-fingerprinting.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. and background. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the side letter?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight, aye. And that brings us to an additional approval of a side letter of agreement between Escondido Union High School District and the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association regarding completion of the mandated training to support LGBTQ students for the 25-26 school year. And I'll let you present that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm presenting this side letter of agreement to the board for approval. A little background on this as well. Education Code 218.3 requires that all teachers and other certificated employees serving students in grades 7 through 12 must receive a minimum of 1 hour of LGBTQ plus cultural competency training annually during the 5-year period from 2025-2026 through 2029 to 2030. This agreement provides that ESTA unit members may submit a time card for completion of the required 60-minute training at their per diem hourly rate. The training must be completed no later than the last day of the teacher work year, June 11, 2026.
Okay, thank you for that. I need a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Thank you. That brings us to, let's see. This is number 9. Which is to approve a memorandum of understanding between Escondido Union High School District and the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association to revise the 25-26 supplementary retirement plan, and I will let you present on this as well.
Thank you. Yes, I'm submitting this revised memorandum of understanding between the district and the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association for board approval. This MOU temporarily revises the minimum age eligibility to access retiree benefits to 53 for certificated employees who meet the eligibility requirements for participation in the supplementary retirement plan.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll need a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Is there a minimum number of years that they need to work? I mean, 53 is pretty young.
Yeah, this is for the retiree benefits, but for the supplementary retirement plan that was approved at the February 10, 2026 meeting. Part of the eligibility criteria to participate is you have to be either 50 with 5 years of service or 55 with 30 years of service. To do, or how about the other way around? Sorry, thank you. For the CalSTRS eligibility, but there is a criteria in there that you have to work with the district for at least 5 years, I believe, as well.
So how many people does this apply to?
Approximately 24 people will get an enrollment packet, but of that 24, some of them will have to prove that they meet the 30 years of the service because they may have not had all 30 years with the district.
Guess I haven't read enough to really vote on this. Kind of came in kind of late. So I'm going to abstain.
Okay. Board Member Durney, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Knight, aye. Thank you. That brings us to item 10, which is the public hearing on the initial proposal from the Escondido Union High School District to California School Employees Association Escondido Chapter 219 for the 2025-2026 negotiations. So this is the public hearing. We will open the public hearing at 9:01 p.m. Oh, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on this public hearing? And we don't, so we will close the public hearing at 9:01 and 30 seconds. That brings us to item 11, which is to receive the Williams report for the third quarter 2025, 2026, which is January through March 2026. This is an information item only. And we have any.
Yeah, as has been shared previously, on a quarterly basis, school districts are required to submit a Williams report to the County Office of Ed and to our board. The report is designed to identify any complaints under the Williams settlement regarding instructional materials, facilities, teacher vacancy, and misassignments. Happy to report we did not receive any complaints.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to our business services division and items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 were all approved this evening earlier on consent. So that brings us to 7, which is a public hearing and first reading on resolution R 2025-2026/31 to increase level 1 statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial industrial construction pursuant to Ed Code 17620 and Government Code Section 65995. And I'm going to hand this over to Amanda to present further. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, President Knight. So as you mentioned, we'll be sharing some information so that hopefully at our May meeting, we can approve this resolution to increase our level 1 developer fees. Here, actually to present tonight is Stephen Galt. He is the Executive Vice President for Key Analytics, which is the company we utilize to provide professional services related to our continuing disclosure compliance services. So they assist with our annual and 5-year reportable fees, which we shared in December, and as well as our annual debt transparency reports. And so Steve has been with the company, I think, since 2015, but he's been working with school districts in general on this similar topic since I think 2002. And I'm gonna hand it over to Stephen for the presentation.
Thank you, Stephen, for waiting until this portion of the meeting. You've been here a very long time and we've noticed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, not a problem. Good evening. Stephen Gold with Key Analytics. And yes, I've been serving school districts on projects like this statewide since 2002. This evening, what we're going to present to you is an item related to the funding of capital facilities projects within the school district. As you know, in 2025, the school district completed a facilities master plan. Within that plan, the district identified a number of projects on their school sites that would need to be completed over the next 5 to 10 years. In total, those projects had a cost upwards of $500 million. In addition to those $500 million of new identified projects, the district continues to have an ongoing obligation in total through maturity of about $50 million for prior capital facility projects that have been built. State provides a number of tools to public school districts in order to fund these types of improvements. One of these tools tonight is the imposition and collection of developer impact fees from new development within the community, and that's going to be the topic of our conversation tonight. Developer fees are intended to mitigate the impact created by new development on school facilities within the district. They're authorized under government and education code, and the district can levy these fees, but they are required under the Mitigation Act to prepare a nexus study in order to justify both the imposition of these fees, the levy of the fees, and particularly the authorized uses by which the fees can be spent. This school fee justification study, which you have a draft in front of you as part of the agenda tonight, which will be planned to be brought back to the next board for approval, is that justification nexus study. The way it works is the state allocation board, every even number year, sets the maximum level 1 fee or developer fee that a K through 12 school districts can charge in the state. This maximum is adjusted each year based on a series of indexes reviewed by the state allocation board that are seen to approximate the increase in the cost associated with building and improving schools. In January of 2026, State Allocation Board took action to increase the maximum residential fee for a K-12 school district from $5.17 to $5.38, and for commercial industrial uses from 84 cents a square foot to 87. This represents an approximately 4% increase over what was approved in 2024. I will note at this point that as we move through the presentation, you'll see that the proposed increase in your fee particularly is going to be significantly more than that 4%. And the reason being is the last time the district took action to update this justification report and the level of fees being imposed was way back in 2018. So there's a series of 5 separate indexes from the state that the district has not participated in. So this is kind of a catch-up study, as it were, from the amount of the amount of money that you'll be able to collect. I will also note that as a high school district, Escondido Union High School District does not collect 100% of this maximum fee. You have in the past entered into a fee sharing agreement with each one of your feeder districts. So in the areas of your district that are served by Escondido Union School District, you collect about 51% of that total maximum fee. And in the areas covered by San Pasqual, you collect 33.33%. These are agreements that were put in place long ago and remain in place today. So in the fee justification study, what you'll see is that we do 2 primary things. Number one, we establish a nexus between new residential and commercial development and impact on the school district. The core of the nexus, obviously, it runs through the production of students. When we calculate the propensity of a new home within your district to generate a student, and then we estimate what the impact on your current facilities will be to house that student. In the high school's case, as represented in your 2025 facilities master plan, the district does not intend to continue to build physical capacity on each of their sites, make the sites bigger, make it have more seats. However, there are a number of critical improvements that have been identified that will be necessary to ensure that when these students are generated, that the facilities are there and they're in working order to continue to house students over time. When we look at the impact of commercial development, it runs a similar path. The connection between student generation and commercial development is really through the increase in employment within your community and how that relates to the housing of students, both through new household formations, people moving into the communities to take these jobs, as well as the propensity for students to transfer into your schools because their parents are employed within the boundaries of the district. What this table here shows you is it shows you for each of the use types and the development locations, the impact that was calculated through the Nexus report. So first, you can see on the residential homes, we calculated that using the new development's proportion of the 2025 facilities master plan cost estimates, that each residential unit per square foot will generate an impact of $3.92. In both cases, in Escondido Union as well as San Pasqual Union, the $3.92 exceeds your portion of the maximum level 1 fee. As a result, the state allows you to justify and impose the maximum fee. In the boundaries of Escondido Union, it would be $2.75, and in the boundaries of San Pasqual, it would be $1.79. On the commercial side, it's a little bit.
A quick question?
Absolutely.
So it's interesting. I had a home repair company come in for heating and air conditioning, and we wanted to get our attic lined so it would be more efficient. And he showed me the different finance options, and it was like $256 a month. I was like, oh, I can handle $256 a month. And then I looked at the total, and it was $27,000 over like 20 years. So the question is on that $3.92, which doesn't sound like a lot, what is the average cost per house? And the average cost, like house size in Escondido, would that add to the price of a house that's already at pretty close to $800,000.
Yeah. So I actually have a slide a little bit further.
Cool.
So when we get to that slide, we'll circle back to that question. But that's a great question, especially in face of what we have in California, which is an affordability crisis. So back to the commercial and industrial uses, the state does not allow school districts to arbitrarily just impose the maximum fee approved by the state allocation board. There has to be a sound analysis of nexus and an identification of impact. In the case of commercial industrial, the district receives an impact of 47 cents to $1.44 per square foot of commercial industrial for all commercial uses, with the exception of self-storage. Self-storage, the district has a significantly lower impact per square foot of development. And this is simply as a result of the low employment density in self-storage usage. They build a very large, hundreds of thousands, maybe even 1 million square foot of self-storage. There might be one guy who works there, maybe two. Because that low employment density, the employee generates the nexus by which the district is impacted. So in that case, though the state says you can authorize up to a 44 cents per square foot fee on self-storage, the school district can only generate the nexus to charge a 3 cent per square foot impact on self-storage. This is pretty standard across the board with school districts within the state of California, that self-storage is being levied at a significantly lower rate. So what you see on this table is the proposed level 2 fee change. So again, fee type, development location, current level 1 fees. A reminder that they were last increased in 2018, and then with the 2026 level 1 fee update. So you can see, as I mentioned before, though the annual or the semi-annual increase by the state in this cycle was only about 4%, the district's proposed increase ranges from about 42% to 45% for commercial industrial. And again, with the exception of self-storage, again, this is really just a catch-up of the missed escalation in 2020, 22, and 24. So the question that was posed by the board and was provided to us prior by Ms. Phillips was, how does this affect an actual person pulling a permit for the construction of a new home within your district? In order to give you some insight into this, we looked back at the last 2 years of certificates of compliance that were issued by the school district. A certificate of compliance is a document that's provided by the school district to the planning agency, the city or county, to give approval of the fact that that developer paid developer fees. So every time a home is built within your district, there's an addition, commercial industrial, the school district issues one of these certificates of compliance. We took that information and we calculated that the average square foot of a unit being constructed within your district over the last 2 years is about 1,800 square feet. There's going to be significantly larger units and some smaller units, but this is the average over the last 2 years. So the proposed residential fee, as approved, would be $2.75 within Escondido Union and $1.79 within San Pascual. What you'll see is that before the action here on the left, this unit would pay a school fee of between $7,200 approximately in San Pascual and $8,000 in Escondido Union School District. I will pause to note that this is not the only permit fee or public infrastructure exaction that developers pay in the state of California. Quick Google search will tell you that on average in the county of San Diego, just in permit fees alone, developers pay approximately $40,000 a unit. If you look closer, I was recently at a industry group where a developer said that when you count the permit fee plus other public infrastructure exactions cities want, you to build a park. They want you to put in a street. They want you to put in stop signs. It could be upwards of $80,000 per unit that is owed on each piece of property before the first piece of lumber goes in. So with your increase, you can see the middle one is what the total charge for school fees writ large would be for your community, and you can see the difference there is between $960 and about $1,500 per unit. So whereas that's a higher fee in the larger stack of all of the fees that are associated with it, it's not a significant swing. I also believe that when I did the Google search and got the $40,000 of developer impact fees, they had assumed already that the school district was levying the maximum level 1 fee. So to give you an idea.
What, from your knowledge or research, how many school districts max out the ceiling?
For level 1 fees?
Yeah, I mean, is this something that is abnormal for us to, let's say, raise it all up to the ceiling, or is it something that every school district does?
Yeah, the vast majority of school districts keep their level 1 fee current with the maximum amount that is levied under the state program. One exception to that we find is small school districts that collect a small amount of developer fees. So we were just discussing it with another school district a week ago. They collect $15,000 worth of developer fees a year. So in their instance, by catching under their 4%, the differential in their fee collection would be very small. But all school districts in the state that collect any type of material level of fee generally will keep their fee updated. There's 2 primary reasons for that. The first one is obvious. As the cost of making improvements on your school sites increase, it's necessary to move up the funding mechanisms also. It cost me an extra $1 to build a classroom, to expand a classroom, to improve a classroom. It'd be nice if my funding source also moved up by that $1. By improving the fee increase every other year, it helps you keep pace with that, or at least helps defer that a little bit.
Yeah.
Secondarily, which is something we see more and more often, is similar to kind of the process you're going through. Many school districts over the last several years, their facilities priorities have migrated and changed from a growth standpoint that we saw in the early 2000s, where everybody was just building, housing students. And then now the enrollment growth has crested. Many school districts are in decline. But what's happened is at the same time, many school facilities have become aged and over their useful life expectancy. So the priority that they need to spend the fees on changes. Mitigation Act requires that school districts not only justify the impact, but they also draw a nexus between how they're going to spend the money. So school districts will periodically update their developer fee to, number one, maximize the amount of revenue, but then also to make sure that their developer fee justification study and the nexus within it is aligned to what their actual facilities goals are. So when they go and spend the money, they can show that they justified the impact, they collected the fee, and then they spent the money on the impacts that they had justified through the nexus study.
How much does our district take every year or get every year?
The last few years, it's been approximately $1 million a year.
About $1 million. Real quick, it's interesting to note that after action, so, oh, never mind. I had it backwards, so we're good. Thank you.
Yeah. The one thing I would note here is both Escondido Union School District, they did approve an increase in 2024. They have yet to move forward with the study in 26. And San Pasqual last approved in 2020. So this change here just includes your change. Doesn't assume that sometime in the future that those districts will make the change as well.
Going back to that last slide, if we change let's say we vote to change our rates, do we have to wait for, we have to wait for the other districts to change their rates as well, or?
No.
Just do this individually?
Each individual district takes individual action on their fee level. As you can see, your district last increased your fee in 2008. However, subsequently in 18, Escondido Union updated theirs in 2020, in 2022, and then again in 2024, independent of any action you would be taking. And it's kind of the same same thing. The thing that does not change is your percentage of the maximum fee under the conditions of the fee sharing agreement. So what you don't have the ability to do, as an example, is if they don't move their fee, you can't take the balance of the maximum fee authorized by the state. Your maximum becomes that percentage under the fee sharing agreement.
Can we lower the fee?
No. We don't want to lower.
Who said that?
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
Well, it doesn't affect you anyway. It affects families coming into that's one of the reasons we have declines in student enrollment, because nobody can afford a house.
Yeah, but I think Escondido is still on the average, and I don't know, you're in the mortgage, probably cheaper than other schools.
I would like to use a different word than cheaper, Dr. Vincent.
Okay.
How about less insanely expensive?
Yes, okay.
Okay, there we go.
I'll take that one.
I've actually never gotten that question, so I don't know. It's really probably more of a legal question. I will say that I think that the reason we don't get the question a lot is 2 points. Number one, there are not many school districts in the state of California that have adequate funding for capital facilities. So capital facilities dollars are always in short supply. Secondarily, when you look at the stack of other fees, say an $800,000 home might take the delivery cost of that once you put all the fees in, all the construction costs, all the marketing costs, all those types of things. That $800,000 home is going to cost maybe $700,000 or over $700,000 to deliver, the builder to deliver to the end consumer. They generally don't believe that changing it by $1,000 is going to make a material impact in the.
And that, my friend, is totally the paradigm that I want us to start to readjust in the state of California. Well, my fee is not that much. It's like fire. It's $40,000 for a fire permit in Escondido to build a house. $40,000. And so it'd be nice, because I'm totally opposed to this, and I'd love to see, before we vote on this, exactly what all fees go into a house in our area to build a house. Like, does the city charge something? Does the fire? What other fee? Like, I think there's like $100,000 in fees. And if everybody, because this is an 18% of increase, I think, if I did my math right, you're over, 18%. Like, if everybody raised all their fees another 18%, we'd be at $1 million like that. So at some point, someone needs to start taking a stand that we're done with fees, done with charging people to live in this state. What are we, $22,000 per kid in our classroom? Times 30 kids. So we're running a classroom on over $600,000 a year. I'm like, do we need to raise it? So anyway, I'm making a point.
So a little bit about the appropriate use of fees. So on the left-hand side, we just have a list of appropriate use of fees. Basically, these are capital facility projects. So these are improvements with useful life of 5 years or more, or to repay debt incurred to do light projects in the past. What it can't be used for is what we would call regular or deferred maintenance. If you're painting a school as a part of a full modernization project of the school, you can use fees to paint it. If you're just painting it, generally that's seen as a regular or deferred maintenance. Difference between replacing a sprinkler system and fixing a sprinkler system. And then a special cutout for asbestos abatement and removal.
I don't understand that one.
I don't either.
I mean, do you want to expose people to asbestos or students?
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be some reason behind that one.
Yeah. The other thing that, with the exception of a maximum of 3% of the amount collected each year, the revenue collected through these developer fees cannot be used for staff salaries or benefits.
Put two together here. I'm trying to figure this out. So we put a facilities master plan together, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh my. So we put a facilities master plan together. how does this relate to that? I'm just trying to figure that one out.
So when we draw the nexus between the impact of new residential development and commercial industrial development within your district to the need for the district to make improvements or to spend money, so we have to make a nexus there.
Mm.
What we've done here is we've said, okay, the district currently, just by count, has the appropriate amount of seats to house both your existing students as well as future students to be generated.
Gotcha.
However, many of the facilities that the district has are either at or have exceeded their useful life.
That's true.
Meaning that in order to maintain that capacity, the district must make improvements to those schools.
Mm-hmm.
The cost within the facilities master plan supports the question of, well, how much would it be to maintain a seat at Escondido High School? What are the costs associated with maintaining that seat? That becomes the cost basis by which we justify the collection of the fee.
Okay, gotcha.
Dr. Vincent, I would also argue that from a master plan standpoint, whatever we don't get from developer fees, we have to take a bond out for. So do we make our general public pay for it, or do we make new development pay for it?
I think I'd like to have the developers pay for it because I don't think the community would go for that. I don't know. You know, people sometimes shy away from bonds.
So by keeping this ceiling value up, right, to catch up and keep up with inflation, right, so that what we were collecting before can give us the same amount in today's dollars. To me, it makes sense to continue with this.
So, so my question at the end of the day, the relationship between the two is that we have to compensate for rent. Plan? That what it is? And then,
well, we get money. We need money for the school from a master plan standpoint, right? We can get that money through, and do get it through developer fees, right? But that's not being kept up with inflation.
Yeah.
Or we can take a bond out for it, in a sense, right? But either way, we need the bond. But by doing this, it keeps the bond a little bit lower.
Okay, gotcha.
What was our current fund balance for our developer fees? Do you have that on hand? I know we went over it when we had the extensive light discussion.
Good question. It was in the millions, I think.
Millions, yeah. It's pretty high.
So either way, when somebody purchases a new home.
David, are you on the mic?
Yeah, I am. Either way, the end buyer is going to be paying for all these fees anyhow, correct? So that's going to be built into the pricing.
Passed along, correct.
It'll be passed along.
For a brand new home, not an existing home.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
And does this apply to any type of home, like condos or apartments?
That's a good question.
Correct. The residential fee is applied equally to any type of new residential square foot built.
So for instance, if it's an apartment, it's not a home owner, it's the renter that would absorb those costs.
These are all fees paid at building permit.
Building time.
So initially, it would be paid by the developer or the builder of the unit. The only time the fee crosses over to individual homeowners within the community is when a homeowner is adding a square footage to their home in excess of 500 square feet.
Does it apply to ADUs?
It applies to ADUs under the condition that it's over 500 square feet.
Okay, most of them.
So to answer your question, President Knight, so at the end of last school year, Fund 25, it's a combination, so I'll separate it for you. So for developer fees that we've accumulated over the years, there would be about 20 million. We also, in Fund 25, keep our RDA dollars. Okay. So there's other funds mixed in Fund 25. Okay. So Fund 25 has a total of 38 million at the end of last school year. 20 million of that is developer fees that we've accumulated over the years.
That's
We haven't really been spending it.
that's not
Use
what we're
it for
doing.
debt service. So that's what we typically use that fund for, to pay our COPs, which is what Stephen mentioned, with the $50 million of debt that we have. That's what we
was
typically
Del
use
Lago.
Fund 25,
Yeah.
Del Lago and the learning centers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would note on the discussion of the funding of the master plan projects, what you'll see here in this, going back to this slide, is that the identified impact of a new residential home is $3.92 per square foot. Even if the district takes action to increase the maximum in the bound, as an example, in the boundaries of Escondido Union, we still have you still have an identified shortfall of $1.17 per square foot of new residential homes that are built in your community, because the state caps this maximum amount. And the cap is below what almost every school district experiences in the way of impact. So it's correct to say that maximizing the opportunity and other funding sources takes the pressure off the other legs of the stool, as it were, which are the main ones being developer fees, state grant funding, and geo bonds. But even in this case, you're not going to be able to fund, as Board Member Vincent asked, you're not going to fund the whole facilities master plan from the collection of developer fees.
Okay. I'm good.
So a little bit about timeline. So we're presenting this to you for consideration as an information item this evening. We will make a number of required postings in the local newspaper regarding the consideration for the increase of fee. We'll do a posting on May 1st, and we'll do another posting on May 8th. And then we'll represent this item for action by the board, or consideration for action by the board, on May 12th. After the May 12th meeting, if the board approves the increase, the district will work with our firm to notify each of the planning agencies so that they can update their information that they provide to developers. And by statute, the new fee goes into effect 60 days after approval. So with a pending approval on May 12th, that would mean that you would start collecting the higher level 1 fees on July 12th. The state does not require the district to periodically take action to update this fee. So once you approve it and it goes into effect on July 12th, it can run for as long as that fee level and nexus remains appropriate.
So is that going to be grandfathered in, or is it, because there's development going on now, will they be?
If a building permit is pulled before July 12th, they will pay the old fee.
Okay,
if it's
gotcha.
pulled on or after July 12th, they'll pay the new fee.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think I had another question. When I was looking at the relationship between the San Pasqual Union School District after action, if I got the number right, it looks like they would be getting about $8,100, and we would be getting about $9,500. So I have a question. San Pasqual Union School District is one schoolhouse. How many kids are in that district?
I don't know.
It's roughly 500, I
Yeah,
think.
they only
and so they're getting like basically 90% of what we're getting with 1/10 of the students.
Yeah. So I think
they have a nice school.
Yeah, I think
we need to get 4 or 5.
Remembering that school districts only impose and collect fees for development that happens within the boundaries of their district. So what happens generally, and I would imagine this is why they haven't increased their fee from 2020, I would imagine that if we pulled their audit, they're actually not getting a lot of development within their boundaries. So they would only collect fees. So you have 2 feeder districts. If they build in Escondido Union, you get part of the fees, and and Escondido gets part of the fees. If they build in San Pasqual gets part of the fees, and you get part of the fees.
The lion's share of their geographical territory is in the San Pasqual Valley Agricultural Preserve, and there's not really any residential construction happening. They do have the 2 big development, the Eagle Crest development, but there's no room to build any more houses in that development.
development out there. There was a proposed development out
Behind
there.
the safari park.
But I don't
think
know.
It's going to be mostly,
Sorry, Highlands, I think it was
yeah.
called. I don't know.
So
if it-
effectively, we might be building 1,000 houses and they might be building 20.
Correct.
Okay. They may not be building any houses right now that I'm aware of. But
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. So what do we do today? Just listen.
Tonight we'll hold a public hearing about it. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing at 9:36 p.m. And I don't believe that we have any people here wishing to speak
Anybody still awake?
on this public hearing. However, this item will be coming back on May 12th, at which point we'll be having a second public hearing for all the people who missed this evening's public hearing. They can attend on May 12th to voice their support for this item or not. And that would close out this public hearing at 9:37 p.m. And thank you, Stephen, for your presentation. Very thorough presentation. Thank you.
one other quick question I forgot to ask. How does this affect the elementary district? Do they have their own different fees?
Yes, this doesn't affect them at all.
So
They need to
we have our
increase their
fees.
own if they want to do it, or
And
theirs
then-
is the same.
And if it's in the same area, then they have their fees as well. So
Yeah, so they pay they actually collect our fees, which is funny. So the people actually have to go, they pay theirs, and it's split. So they collect the whole fee, and then they send us our portion.
do you know the dollar amount of theirs roughly?
No, I don't. Off the top of my head, I don't.
It'd be interesting to know. They regularly raise theirs to the maximum.
Yeah, so
Hey man, they gave themselves a $2,000 a month raise, so hey, why not? Just more money from the taxpayers. I'm pretty sure they're at the maximum as of 2024.
Right, so it would be
But
whatever it was
they
on the
haven't taken
slide
action
before this.
yet on, because it's in even numbered years that the state sets the new rate. I don't think they've taken action yet this year.
Right, so whatever it was on the slide, 2024, I think.
Okay.
Well, as you W-2 taxpayers know, taxes in the state are brutal. But I
It looks
will-
like, Bob, it looks like it's about 253 per square foot
Total, I mean, for them.
for elementary school. What I'm seeing on the elementary school site, 253 for the elementary, 193 for high school.
You're like in 2001 Space Odyssey, Hal. Hal, what's the fee?
Thank you for that information. Okay, so is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, that will come back for the May 12th meeting. That brings us to section J this evening, our district operations. Item J1 is to adopt recommended revisions in Administrative Regulation 3440 under Business Services. And that's related to inventories. So I'll hand that over to you again, Ms. Phillips.
That is a second reading. There have been no changes. This was the minor change just to remove the specific $500 mention.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve, to adopt the recommended revisions with AR 3440?
I move to adopt.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight, aye. And bringing us to item J2, which is a first reading this evening on recommended revisions in Board Policy 6175 related to educational services. And this is under Migrant Education Program. And I'll hand this over to Dr. Casas. Thank you.
Thank you, President Knight. This is a first read to reflect CSBA recommendations, mainly updated to directly mention the reference to Ed Code 54443.1, which is related to the reporting of student achievement of migrant ed students, which we already do in the LCAP and in our title reporting.
Okay. We're just bringing this policy up to date with what we already do. Okay. Sounds good. That will come back next month for a adoption. And that brings us to our board member reports and comments. I will start with Board Member Weller.
Yes, if the state of California would not try to fund every focus group in the state, they could send more money to school districts and we would not have to tax the rest of us to death. So I guess we're just going to have to reach out to our assembly people that just think that we can just keep sending money. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you. Board Member Durney, do you have a report from Florida?
Just want to give a quick shout out to our inspirational student, Lizzie. I mean, that was quite a touching story, and she is quite the inspirational student. But also, I guess what I do want to say is I'm just a little concerned about these classified layoffs, and I guess we'll talk about that next month. And that's all I've got for now.
Hey, thank you for your
Board Member Durney, how are the taxes out there?
What taxes?
No state income tax, but you know, I'm a California resident.
So you're paying dual tax?
I'm paying California tax.
Okay, thank you for your report and for tuning in from across the country.
And say hi to your dog for
I
us.
say hi to Lucy.
Yeah.
She's right here by my feet, waiting to go out for a walk.
She must be sleeping now because she's not barking. Anyhow.
Board Member Vincent.
Oh, thank you. I'd like to bring up something that I think is very important, and I'm going to kind of give you all a little readout on what I think is important right now and what we should focus on as a board. And I'm hoping you guys will support me in this, and that's declining enrollment. And that I brought this up in the past, but we've talked a lot about budget and potential layoffs, but I think it's important to take a step back and look at a bigger picture. Yes, California has structural funding challenges, as Bob mentioned, but there is also something within our control, and that's enrollment. Our district has lost approximately 1,000 students over the past years, several years. That's not a small shift. That is a structural change to our system. We're feeling that. I want to be clear. This is not about placing blame. It's about making sure we're addressing the underlying issue so we can provide stability for our students and staff. And this isn't just a local issue. Statewide, California is projected to see roughly a 15% decline in K-12 enrollment from a peak level by 2031. That's devastating. That tells us this is not temporarily. It's a long-term trend. If we don't address enrollment directly, we will remain in a cycle of reactive decisions. That means cuts, trade-offs, and ongoing financial pressures. That's not a sustainable pathway. While difficult financial decisions may be necessary, they should not be replaced by a long-term strategy. I believe we need to take a more focused and strategic approach, understanding where we're losing students and how we can retain and attract families. I would recommend that we dedicate time to this, whether through a workshop, subcommittee, or focus agenda items, so we can give it the attention it deserves. Because at the end of the day, enrollment is just a number. It's not just a number. It drives our funding, our programs, and ultimately the opportunity we provide to our students. addressing it is essential to long-term stability of this district. So therefore, I recommend that based on with the board approval, that we look at enrollment and how we can look at different ways to increase it within our school district. And I do believe that we have the brain power here to do it. And I do myself, I've done a lot of research, and I think we can put a good strategy together, because we got to entice families into this district either through different processes. And I think Ryan, you brought it up, marketing. There are other ways that we can do this. So I'm going to just say that I hope you guys, we can have that discussion so we can show that we're moving forward in the right direction by increasing enrollment. That's all I have to say. And I don't know where we go
so
from
perhaps because it's there's nothing agendized tonight. Would it be possible to bring back an agenda item then next month to discuss declining enrollment and the potential of forming a subcommittee for this? While I know subcommittees have not been a historical practice that we've done on this board, I've seen incredible value with both the ethnic studies subcommittee that we formed and the math subcommittee that was formed, and they're temporary as intended. They're temporary in nature, but they do address a very critical issue that we can need to deal with. And declining enrollment is not something that can be just discussed at as a at a normal board meeting. It's something that I think that if we were to have a subcommittee, would allow potentially even two rotating board members, 2 at a time, to provide input coming from our various backgrounds and perspectives that could be very valuable going forward. So perhaps next, I would second if they're having a discussion item of what it would look like to form a subcommittee, and then how we might be able to rotate board members through that 2 at a time to provide that type of input, if that's possible.
Yes,
That's good to talk. Good discussion.
Okay, because I think, yeah, like all of us would probably want to serve it, sit and provide input at some point. So limiting it to 2 of us might be hard. I don't know what that would look like. So
It can never be more than
2 at a time.
at a time, unless it's a standing committee that's going to be permanent, and then it has to follow all the acts of the rules of the Brown Act.
Right.
And then it would be agendized, and it's.
Since I'm going to volunteer Ryan for that, he's only going to want it temporary, so we're good to go.
Yes, because we're going to fix it that fast.
Right.
Temporary ad hoc, like we've done with
these other
ethnic studies, was addressing one issue in time and not intended to be permanent.
Right.
And same with the math.
So I think this could be we could look at potentially doing something with this too. Not that it would, we're going to solve it all right away, but that it, you know, it has an intended purpose and some sort of given time frame. Okay.
Yeah, we just can't sit by and do nothing. We got to find a way of, increasing our enrollment. We just can't sit by.
And it can have a broad scope of declining enrollment, but that could also look at all different things.
I would argue we should not sit by and allow a market share to disappear. The market is shrinking, but we can grab a bigger share of the shrinking market.
Right.
I agree with you. That I agree with. Yeah. There's ways of doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And thank you for your comments and your idea.
Marketing. Yep. Right on.
With that, concludes your report?
Appreciate it. I think we all agree that it's an important issue to tackle. So I appreciate it. Thanks.
Great.
All right.
Williams.
I've had plenty of caffeine today, so I've got a good list. So first off, I want to thank and congratulate Escondido High School for hosting the Ironman relays down in La Jolla for their swim event. That was actually a really fun swim event to watch. It was a swim meet that was only relays, and they also had some fun parts of it at the very end. So, congrats to, I want to say, Coach Latulip, maybe.
Escondido High School, yes.
Yeah, that was the. I want to make sure I said that right, but it was a fun meet. So I appreciate all the work that they did to host that. Number 2 is AB 1390. I know Escondido Escondido Union High School District got a not high school district got a little bit of flack from it, but I'm a big support of bumping up that number for us. I think for my example here, if I as the large family that I do have at home, I actually can't participate in the insurance programs, all of them, without having to pay the district. Their paycheck isn't big enough to cover all that. So
for clarification, AB 1390 is the bill that allows the board stipends to be increased. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know what we need to do but I would love to have a chat about that to get our number up to, I think, is something more fair and meaningful and appropriate for the work that we do. So again, I know that we can't discuss it here today, but that's on my list here. Number 3 is again just a follow up on my request for changing in auditors. I know you put it in the board notes that you're going to start doing that. My question is from a board policy standpoint, is that something that we can or should be putting in the policy as to say that we should be changing that auditor on a certain cadence?
We need to look at what our existing policy states. Yeah.
I think it's great to change it up, but I want to make sure that, we're protecting the future of the district as well, right?
Yeah, I don't know if the existing policy prescribes a certain cadence, but it is known as a best practice to periodically change your auditor. Yeah.
So I'd love to look into what that might, into making that official in the board policy to change that up on a regular basis.
Okay.
Need a second to bring that back to look at it, or you'll look at it?
We can look at our policy and provide that info.
Okay.
Right? All you're asking for is information at this point.
Yeah.
We can,
bring it back
where it fits and where it would exist. Let's see. Actually, kind of based on David's comments here, I was actually going to propose some type of skunkworks, blue sky type of group anyway. We tend to, I know our board tends to throw some big ideas out there, right? And it would be interesting to kind of have that little subcommittee to allow them to do that, kind of throw it out there to see what sticks and kind of play with it. So I kind of do agree with the whole subcommittee in terms of enrollment, right? But I think it would be have a good outlet, shall we say, to be able to throw those big ideas out on the wall and see what sticks.
Maybe like an innovation and enrollment.
Yeah,
Maybe it could cover a little bit of.
Maybe, right? I do agree that the subcommittees need to be intentional, right? Purposeful in a sense, but I do think we need to find a good outlet for those big ideas somehow. So I think, again, that's food for thought here. I do recommend also that we have and set a standard for stopping people during the open comment section. While I agree with, the nice people to give them a few extra seconds or a minute or so, I think there are occasions where they're not nice people, right? and we want to stop them. But if we give some people extra time, but other people, we try to stop them off pretty fast, I think that's brings in an element of liability because we're not consistent with how we're treating the people who during open comment.
I love your honesty and transparency.
So yeah, so I would like to find a way for us to determine what that etiquette looks like, right? In terms of, okay, at 30 seconds we say, hey, here's your warning. At 60 seconds we cut the mic or whatever that might be. But I think whatever it is, I think we just need to be consistent with it because it's not always nice people up there, shall we say. or at least they're not always saying nice things that we might agree with or not agree with. And so I think consistency is the most important part of that.
No, I agree with you. However, I believe there is a level of discretion that the board president does have to have. So, given that there were a couple of people here that may be speaking for their very last time before they were retiring, I chose not to interrupt them. Knowing who they were, knowing that they've served and so those are kinds of things. However, I agree with you.
That was the nice persons you met there.
I agree with you. There are people who are not so nice where, and maybe even you may have noticed at the last meeting, I was very quick to say, you need to wrap it up to certain people. So, it does depend on, I think, and so the board president does get to take the heat for the inconsistency, I think. But I'm not a huge fan of the beep, so I get that that's there. I know the beep is popular, but yeah.
But again, right, that's just my thoughts from not only just today, right, but I think just in the past, right? I'd like to see us find a way to just be more consistent, so it doesn't come back and bite us.
And maybe a blow horn or something or startling.
That's right.
About a floor that opens up.
I think that's my list for tonight. Oh, last one. Like I said, I had a lot of caffeine today, guys. I'm doing great. I do have a proposal from an organizational standpoint here because it seems like we always have clicker problems over there. And in reality, the speakers are generally addressing the board. So my proposal is does it make sense to move the presentation over there? They're usually trying to present to the board anyway. Those on this side kind of have to look sideways anyway. And from a clicker standpoint, yeah.
Your last proposal was the best. You should end there, bro.
So just food for thought. Just food for thought. Mm-hmm. So that's my list.
Thank you.
Be able to sleep tonight.
Yeah. I saw you like stacking up cans over there.
I think it was the 3 pieces of cake.
I did have 3 pieces of the carrot cake too.
Okay. Oh, well, thank you all for your great comments and great suggestions and ideas. I do appreciate that. And I believe staff was taking notes and will be following up. So I think for my comments this evening, one of the employees came up afterwards after a break and mentioned that there wasn't a lot of follow-up, and I know there hasn't been any public discussion about the moving puzzle pieces that are happening related to potential layoffs, but to the extent possible, I believe it will be important to have some follow-up discussions with some people that may have provided comment this evening that could use some clarification. I think I don't know how to say all that carefully, but I think you guys know what these moving parts are, and if there are positions that aren't going to be impacted that were addressed tonight, how do we relay that back to employees that spoke about those positions so that they understand that there are things in the works? So that would be my request. And then really just, I know it takes a lot for employees to come down and for students to come down. And so I want to see what we can do to address making sure that even though we gave out some pink slips, that a lot of those can be rescinded. So that's it for my comments.
Can I have one
Sure,
brief
you may make another comment.
Thank you. And because it's 10 o'clock, we've been here for 6 hours. Started out around 4, 6 hours, and we're probably going to do another hour, maybe.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Is there a way that it seems like we have a lot of like a lot of agenda items and that. Is there a way of, and I don't know what the answer is, but can we spread some of these agenda items out, or is that just how things work? I mean, there just seems to be a lot of things in there that I feel that we cover in another meeting or something. I'm just throwing that out there, guys. Have you
No, we
noticed
have
it?
historically had one meeting per month. However, there are other districts that meet twice a month. So again, that goes back to board service and potentially the impacts to lives and families when it is such a low paying position or basically volunteer position. So, you know, those might be discussions we have if Ryan gets his way and AB 1390 is discussed in more detail. Perhaps we do discuss that making it make sense would be that we're having more meetings per month to justify any type of potential increase to make it a position that people want to continue to do.
Not only that, our community's sitting there waiting too a lot of times for their presentations and stuff. So I just think, you know, we maybe need to reassess the amount of information that we're regurgitating, or maybe I gotta stop asking so many questions.
You mean like removing the ARs from the list of topics, right? Or more on consent, right? Those are easy ways to move it along.
Okay, thank you for the additional input. Well, it's things to consider. Thank you. Let's see, next item would be our superintendent's report. So it's your turn, John.
Thank you. I have a short report. So, this week we celebrate Adult Education Week, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize the power of lifelong learning and the dedication of our adult education students, teachers, and staff. Every day, adult learners are building new skills, reaching personal milestones, and advancing their career goals. In the coming weeks, we will recognize the contributions of bus drivers, administrative professionals, principals, school nutrition staff, school nurses, teachers, classified employees. I look forward to visiting the school sites for the staff appreciation nacho bars and thanking our staff members for all they do to support our students, families, and community. Also, we will be hosting our second annual Escondido Union High School District Visual and Performing Arts Expo at the California Center for the Arts. Opening night will be held on Wednesday, May 6th from 4:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. I invite everyone to stop by to see our wonderful student work and performances. The expo will be available to the public through May 18th. And I'd like to close the night by wishing San Pasqual High School's robotics team the best of luck at the 2026 First World Championship next week. And wishing everyone a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Here we have a couple of dates to remember really quickly. May 5th, 2026, we have a board workshop here in this room at 6 p.m. May 12th is the regular meeting of the Board of Education, closed session beginning at 4:30 and the regular board meeting beginning at 6 p.m. We will be going back into closed session, but I don't believe we have
No anticipated action to occur, so there will be no need to report out any action.
With that, we adjourn tonight's meeting at 10:05 p.m. Thank you for those that stayed all the way to the end.
Good job, guys. It's true commitment out there. There's certain things, but there's